things that are coming up, lots of things to get our teeth into, but we're going to start where we always start, and that is we're going to do the preview for tonight's show. Then, of course, we can talk about whatever it is you guys want to talk about. So, I don't know if I've got the preview set up yet. I have not. I can do that very quickly because I am a skilled live streamer. So, not much detail, is there, by the looks of it? But Roman Reigns is going to be kicking off Raw. So, Roman is kicking off Raw. CM Punk returns to Raw. Maxxine Dupri is going to be facing Becky Lynch, and Lyra Valkyria is going to be battling against Roxanne Perez. So not loads of detail or bits and bobs there for us to get our teeth into. We do have Punk and Roman on the show. There are rumors that Roman might have a match made for Crown Jewel. That match believed to be against Bron Breakker, with a stipulation being added. So I don't know how much truth there is to that. That's just a rumor that's doing the rounds online. But yeah, keeping our eye out because there's definitely going to be at least one more match added to Crown Jewel. Thank you to those of you that checked out the predictions video. Dropped that yesterday. Did feel a touch early because clearly there's another match that needs to be added. But it's just so hard to find room to get those videos done during the week that I was like, this really could be a now or never type situation. There's been a few shows, actually, where I've not found the time to do a predictions video. So I was like, I don't want to miss out again. So I did it. But yeah, we are expecting another match or two to be announced, maybe even tonight. Of course, the company is going to fly over to Australia. We know that on Friday, SmackDown is in Australia. Crown Jewel is in Australia. I think next week's Raw is in Australia. So we've got a big weekend of Australian shows. That is going to mean that you lot are going to need to plan in advance. I haven't set them up yet, but as soon as I can find the time, I will set up like SmackDown and Raw and Crown Jewel so that you know what time we'll be starting. We'll be starting hours before anyway, we always do, but yeah, they're going to be on earlier than usual. Many of you are probably going to miss SmackDown, the live one. I'd imagine it will go live about lunchtime. I believe Crown Jewel starts at like 8 a.m. and I think that's like 1 p.m. UK time. I think Crown Jewel might be somewhat similar, where it starts like 8 a.m., 9 a.m. with it being about lunchtime here in the UK. So I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know quite how, like, you know, they're going to do SmackDown. I'd imagine it'll be a case that it'll air at like 8 a.m. and they'll record it. It'll go live on Netflix and then they'll just wait for later in the day and show it at its usual time on USA Network. So I think in America you'll get SmackDown at its usual time, but it will be taped this week because it will have aired hours and hours and hours before because it's in Australia. That probably means 2 SmackDown streams for us. So, again, I need to look into all of that. So, it's messy. If nothing else comes out of what I've just said, just know this weekend is messy. And there's lots of different start times, and it's all weird. And I still haven't totally got my own head around it. But we will. I just need to sit down and look at the times and get it all planned out, so... Yes, that's what's happening. Roman Reigns kicks off Raw tonight. CM Punk's on Raw. Maxxine Dupri is going to take on Becky Lynch, and Lyra Valkyria takes on Roxanne Perez. So that is Raw. Let's go back over here. Let's jump over into that. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. A bit of news just came through. Someone saying Drew McIntyre's recent booking struggles are as a result of him upsetting someone backstage. This is as per Fightful. Sean Ross Sapp said this is fake. We have never reported this. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to news, what I would say is if ever you read something on Facebook or hear something on Instagram or anything like that, and it always says as per Fightful, try and go to Fightful. to see if you can see that it has actually been said. Because now, probably more than ever, actually, we've seen a real explosion, I'd say, in past couple of years of just fake news. Just it's really gotten bad. Like, before, fake news was a bit of a meme, a bit of a joke. I think it was like a Donald Trump kind of saying, but actually now in the wrestling world, we are seeing lots of people just making stuff up and then saying that it's come from Fightful, or saying that it's come from WrestleVotes, or saying that it's come from the Wrestling Observer, and it's just not true. Yeah, they're just making it up and then just putting Fightful at the end. So I always recommend going to the original source. Okay, Hannah said, Daze, I'm excited with Crown Jewel this week. I'm a little bit puzzled with how the wrestlers are not renewing contracts like Santos. I wonder if he and Andrade will make big names for themselves outside. Yeah, so Santos's contract's up at midnight, isn't it? And apparently they did offer him a new deal and a pay increase, and he chose not to take it. I think the bottom line is that some people, and I think certainly when it comes to someone like Santos, I think money is important, and, you know, like being on TV and, you know, being in the big company and all that kind of stuff. But if you've spent your life kind of working as hard as he has, you know, he is someone that has really tried to learn about professional wrestling. He carries this passion, this fire. You know, I think he is a very passionate person, a very proud person. I think you do get that from Latin America, actually. Passion and fire and hunger, desire, and all of those. Like, I don't really associate Latin America and Latin Americans with just taking the money and sitting out back, you know? I sort of feel like with Andrade, with Santos, I think the same would be true with LWO, Legado, Angel, Berto. Like, I think they're fiery. I think they're passionate. I think they're hardworking. I think that they want to show the world what they can do. And I think it must be really frustrating to stop, have a match, be on main event, sit in catering, and just watch your career passing you by. Now, the truth is that there's many people in the world that will quite happily just sit backstage and take the money, and I don't blame them either, right? If they want to do that, I mean, if they've managed to get the skills and they've managed to get themselves to a point in life where they can just get paid to sit backstage, and if you need me, I'm here, what can I do? But there's just never anything for them, and they're happy with that, and they're happy with that being their career. They look back on their career and there was just a lot of chicken and rice. Fair play. I'm not judging those people. I'm not judging. It might sound like I am, but I really am not, because if anything, I'm jealous. I wish I had learned how to wrestle, got myself so in with WWE that I could just sit backstage and just pick up a wage week after week, month after month. I'd quite happily do that, right? So to me, like, to each their own. Some people can do it, some people can't do it. And I think with Santos, he is just someone that has probably made a bit of money, right? Being in WWE for as long as he has. He's certainly not like a multi-millionaire, I wouldn't imagine. I'd imagine he's got like a nice place. He's been on the main roster a few years. You know, when he was in NXT, he would have been earning NXT wages, which is closer to like normal jobs. We found out the other week that like Jasmine Nix was on about $70,000 a year, which is a lot of money. Make no mistake about that. A hell of a lot of money. But, you know, that's at least it's a bit closer to like real life. When you go to the main roster, you're on hundreds of thousands. I mean, that is just, do you know what I mean? I mean, there's like surgeons that earn that, but like your average person in earning that, that's not the average wage. So I kind of feel like he's probably made a bit of money, and he's probably just looking at his career and how much is left and how frustrated he is, and thinking, do you know what? I'd rather be happier just like pursuing other opportunities. So yeah, I respect it, honestly. Could sit out back and just keep getting that, because they offered him more money and they offered him another contract. I think they wanted him around because, well, you just never know when you're going to need a good wrestler like Santos. He's a very good performer. He could absolutely answer one of Sammy's open challenges. You could easily put him in a tag team with someone, create a new tag team. He could easily be helping out with AAA, getting sent over to TNA, going down to work with some of the emerging talent in NXT. You know, he's versatile. It's not just a case that he's sat there waiting for a storyline. There's like so many places you can send him and things you can do with him. And WWE is a big organization, man. So, yeah, for me, great. I get it. Fair play. Respect. I wish him all the very best in his future endeavors. So... Seb said, with Santos looking to leave, do you blame him for not taking the opportunities or the company not investing more? I remember the talk on him was that he was a bona fide Mania main eventer. It's hard, isn't it, to know who gets the blame? I mean, what I would say is I'm sure he did the best he could. As I said, I believe him to be fully committed. I mean, I've never heard anyone say that he was lazy or that there's any issue behind the scenes. His passion comes across in his promos. I think he's a really good in-ring performer as well. Like, I really do rate him. If it was going to be him against Sammy, that would not be a match I'd be like, oh, you know, that'd be a match like, okay, go on, Santos, remind the world just how good you are. Because we saw some great matches out of him down in NXT. But I think it's impossible to sit here and go, oh, it's this person's fault, that person's fault. I mean, I think that you've got to make the most of the opportunities as they come along. You know, WWE maybe felt that he didn't quite do that, and so he just kind of got lost in the shuffle. But equally, Santos might have done everything he could, and creative just might not have got back around to him. I do think that WWE are not very good at booking the luchadors. I mean, if you look at that LWO stable, the whole stable being led by Rey Mysterio has been rubbish. I mean, that LWO stable, you just throw it away, just erase it from history, and we wouldn't have lost anything. Legado del Fantasma, it's been rubbish. Dragon Lee, his best work has been in AAA, and NXT, he had some good matches. But, I mean, Dragon Lee just comes out to absolutely no reactions right now. Just cold, really cold. I mean, I don't think Rey Fenix gets great reactions either. The only person that I think has really worked has been Penta. I think Penta, because of just how outlandish he looks and the walk that he's got and the catchphrase, the hand gesture, Zero, Miedo, like that has got over. So his catchphrase has got over, the walk's got over, he's got like the face paint and, you know, like the outfit and the walk and all of that stuff. Like, I think they've done, and obviously then you're watching him and then he has bangers like he did when he first came in. But even he's gone through a cooling off period. So I don't know. I mean, for me, I look at Santos and I go, if it was just Santos, then I would probably say with a bit more confidence, I bet it is to do with Santos. But if I look at all the luchadors, I can just see how they've all been mishandled. I mean, even Penta, I would put Penta in that same mix as well. Because I think Penta came in really great, really hot. And I think he's cooled. I think we lost our way with Penta. I think Penta had some great momentum and then started getting involved in the IC title and multi-man matches. And around WrestleMania, really, I feel like we started going wrong with Penta. And it's just kind of lost momentum. Now we're trying to do a whole Penta, New Day, ban the Mexican Destroyer thing. And I don't know about you, but it feels like such a low story. I mean, they're having some fun with it online, but why is Penta messing around with like the New Day? Why is he messing around with the New Day? It doesn't really make much sense to me. He's not in the tag division. It just feels like we got nothing else for him to do. And that's the best one. That's the luchador I think they've booked the best. So I'm personally probably more comfortable blaming WWE Creative than I am blaming Santos. I could totally understand him sat wondering, what am I meant to do? I do like to try and put myself in people's situations. And if I'm Santos and I'm a good wrestler and I'm just sat in the back and I'm just waiting for an opportunity and nothing keeps happening, I mean, just think how frustrating that would be. For some people, they'd be able to remind themselves, well, I'm getting paid a load of money. This is great. But there's people in the world where money is not the motivator. Money is great, and if you make enough whereby you can buy a house, a car, go on holiday, you got a bit in the bank, that's enough for some people. Some people also really treasure their careers. They want to look back and they want to show their kids and their grandkids pictures of them wrestling in massive stadiums and being like, you know, having contributed. And I really, really do understand that. So I look at it as quite a respect thing for Santos. I look at him and go, fair play. It takes balls, real balls, to get to the biggest wrestling company in the world, get to the main roster, have them offer you a bigger contract than you're on already, and to turn it down. Like, that's not a decision you make lightly, is it? That's not a decision you would make lightly. I think that takes balls. Kyle said, Daze, community, I can't wait for Crown Jewel, but I am wondering, who does everyone think Roman will face at Crown Jewel? I wouldn't be surprised if someone from the Vision. Well, there we go. If you want to answer Kyle, I mean, rumours are saying Braun, but they're just rumours. I'm even lying, it's Bronson. Rumours are saying Bronson. Bronson, that makes sense because of him being from Australia. So, I know they faced before. But, yeah, it's the fact that he's from Australia, they want to get him on the card, which I do think makes a lot of sense. Whilst it's in my head, at the top of the chat, there is a link to a lot of questions. I think we got about 7 questions. And we play a game with the members on a Wednesday, and I use the answers from those questions to play that game. That is recorded, edited, and it is then going to be put out for you lot to be able to watch little clips of, right? So if you're a member, you can watch live on Wednesday. If you're not a member, then you'll see the edited clips go out eventually. They're just proving a bit difficult to edit. The editing process is a bit more complicated than I want it to be. I need to find a way of kind of really cleaning it up, to be honest. But either way, if you want to leave your feedback, greatly appreciated. You can just click the link at the top of the chat, and that will take you to those questions. Right. Connor said, Daze, what do we think about the poster for NXT with Penta, Punk, Seth, Jay, Dominic, Becky, Rhea on it? Don't know that I've seen it. Is it a new poster, is it, that WWE have put out for Raw? If they've put a new poster out... Oh, Netflix sent new superstar posters to promote Raw. Here's who they have sent. So... Okay. I mean, I think they're just like... the top names, aren't they? I mean, what that would say to me is we're probably not doing a draft if these are people that we have kind of committed to as faces of Raw. Obviously, we lose Cena soon. So, you know, this probably gets us through to the end of the year, maybe. So I'll be surprised if any of these names leave Raw before the end of the year. But, yeah. I don't think there's too much of a story there, to be honest, unless I'm missing something. Joe said, Daze, I am going to WWE in 2027 Raw. What do you think I should take as a banner? Well, that's a good one for a community, buds. I think the community should help you with that one. I can actually take that as a question. I wonder if I can copy it, and put it as a question, and then people can answer that for you. There you go. I've put it up as a question. If people want to answer that and give suggestions for Joe, then you can actually answer that at the top of the chat as well. My God, so much feedback going on. So, Joe, shout out to you, buds. Right, Tony says, I was talking about this yesterday. Days, we would get 7-8 matches on a pay-per-view. As of now, there's 4 matches. I'm sure we will get one more, but it seems like 5 is now the norm, said Tony. Yeah, it does seem like they like to keep it smaller. And to be honest with you, I'm not too down on it. I mean, it's the never-ending argument about how long should a pay-per-view be. For me, I go back to the old days where, you know, they would try and keep it short to kind of get it to fit on a 3-hour tape. And so that was kind of 3 hours was the max. And so they really didn't want to go over that for even like old WrestleManias and stuff like that. So in my mind, 3 hours is more than enough. If you go to the cinema to see a film, you know, the film's probably going to clock in at like 2 hours, maybe 2 hours something. But, you know, with a pro wrestling event, you know, going nearly 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 hours 40 something. To me, that's fine, right? I mean, like sporting events, you know, you don't always get them going that long. You know, think about F1 races. I think about soccer games. I think about NFL games. Not sure how long a baseball game takes. But by and large, I sort of feel like that kind of 2.5, 2 hours 45, knocking on the door to 3, that to me is absolutely fine. With Triple H, when he was in running NXT, he used to do takeover shows. And his takeover shows, I believe, were like 2 hours. And they would just go sometimes a bit over, and they would be 5 matches. So I think what he's doing now is he's still got that mentality, but he knows that he needs to put in, like, you know, a few kind of sponsorship things, maybe a few backstage segment things, maybe give some of the matches, certainly the main event, a bit more time to breathe. I think it means that he's probably looking at about 2.5. He's probably looking 2.5. I'm not talking SummerSlam, WrestleMania so much, but like Crown Jewel, you know, and Elimination Chamber and shows like that. When it comes to WrestleMania, I think he's willing to go a bit bigger because, you know, the card will be a bit bigger. But and same with SummerSlam. But yeah, I think by and large, most of the shows, the majority of the PLEs, and certainly this weekend, I think 5 matches to 6 matches max is kind of the point. That is kind of where we are. And I'm not down on it really, because I think that in the past, if you go back to like the late 2010s, if you look at like 2018, 2019, you'll see that there's pay-per-view shows that are bigger, maybe even twice the size. But a lot of the matches that we were getting, they were just matches that should have just took place on Raw and SmackDown. Like, they weren't pay-per-view quality. You know, they were just matches that we just did to fill out the cards and, you know, try and make it as big a deal as possible. Like, try to give people a reason to tune in. Maybe they'll tune in for Baron Corbin, you know? Maybe they'll tune in for Apollo Crews. Maybe they'll tune in for the Cruiserweight Championship. Like, we were doing matches on the pre-show. We were trying to do loads of matches on the main cards. And I don't know, man. I'm not down on us having, say, 5 matches that are well built. I'm not down on us having 5 matches that we actually spend a lot of time putting together, and then it all leads to the pay-per-view. And then at the pay-per-view, we get like the big payoff. Each match should matter. Each match should be something that we've done a good build for. And obviously that's going to be easier to do that and book that for less matches than more matches. So 5 to 6, I think, is okay. I'm really not down on it. Maybe even the sweet spot. I think Triple H is under the impression it's the sweet spot. You wouldn't want to go lower than that. That would feel like there's too little on the show. But equally, if you start going longer, doing more, if you put more matches, you're either going to make all the matches shorter than what we get, or you're going to have to extend it. I don't think he really wants to be going past that 3-hour mark. So, I don't know. I mean, you could maybe sneak to 7. Certainly, if you planned for one of the matches to go short, you could maybe sneak to 7. But yeah, that's the range that we're at. This is the ballpark we're operating in. But I mean, I go back to when we were doing things like 10 matches, 11 matches for certain B shows. And a lot of that just felt like it was waffle. A lot of that, you'd be like, right, what's next? No, I'm not really bothered about this. And it just didn't really matter. It was just a match that absolutely could have played out on Raw or SmackDown, and it didn't really contribute a great deal to the pay-per-view. The only thing was if there was someone that was like, nah, I don't mind this. You know how, everyone's got their own opinions. But by and large, I think there was a lot of waffle back in the day. So I don't know, to each their own, but to me, I'm really not down on kind of what we're doing. As long as each match matters and has had a good build, then that's kind of what I'm looking for, with 5 being the minimum. I wouldn't go below that. Tony said, I wanted Nia to win the title since she was born in Australia. I wanted her to be Stephanie's first challenge. Wrestling Void, hello, says, my Netflix profile has turned yellow. Do we think it's my internet or my VPN? Your Netflix profile has turned yellow. That doesn't sound like either of those issues, to be honest. Sounds like your Netflix profile is ill and potentially has got liver failure. So, I don't know, might need to go and see a doctor. Jitter said, I think I'm ready now for the Vision to end. Unfortunately, it's not really done anything for me. It started off quite interesting. I think that Seth has pretty much just not clicked as a leader for me. So you've struggled with that, have you, buds? You've struggled with, Seth as the leader. I think for me, my, I'm going to say frustration, is the fact that we just don't seem to do much backstage. I think backstage is where we're really missing a trick. I personally would like to see us invest in a bit more into the group behind the scenes. I want to see what Bron has got to say about things. I want to see what Bronson thinks. I want to know how Heyman feels about Seth not listening to him on Friday. I think that feels like something we should explore. And I think this is where you're going to get some interesting talking points. And, what happens if Heyman is really not happy about what happened Friday? And all of a sudden, every time Seth leaves the room, Heyman's you can see he's just not sure. And you could have Bron and Bronson going, is everything all right, Paul? And Paul's like, yeah. All of a sudden then, just that alone, you're going to have people speculate he's going to leave. He's going to leave. He's going to go to Brock. We're building to Brock coming after Seth. And you'll have people speculating stuff like that. Heyman's leaving, man. I'm telling you, he's leaving. Did you see that look he gave on Monday? But we haven't been doing that. We haven't been doing any of that. I don't know how Bron feels about Bronson or feels about Seth or feels about his losses. They've been losing so many matches and they don't seem to be bothered. I mean, they just come out and they just murk the next person when they're meant to. And then if they end up losing that match, doesn't matter. There's no consequence. And on we go. Nothing matters. There's no consequence. There's no rewards. It's not like Seth's going up to Bron going, if you win this next match, I can get you this. I can get you this opportunity, right? Or whatever it might be. So he just goes into the matches just a bit cold. If he loses, it doesn't matter. If he wins, he doesn't get any rewards. There's, no interest in backstage things that are going on. Seth's even abandoned the group so he can do the Crown Jewel match. I mean, he's more focused on Cody right now. So, I mean, he's just kind of walked away. I mean, we've seen Seth coming out without the Vision. Yeah, they're still around. Sometimes they show up. Sometimes they show up during segments. But by and large, he's off doing his own side quest. So, I mean, even right now is not a great time for them. So, yeah, I think this group's very frustrating. But I think they've been quite frustrating from pretty much the beginning. And we've said till we're blue in the face that they need to get another member that can take losses. Because if they had Austin Theory lose, then at least when he loses, we can see backstage him getting bullied. We can see Austin Theory being intimidated. We can see Bron getting right up to him going, you're letting us down, right? We don't tolerate weakness in this group. And you could see Theory being like, I understand. And you could see Theory getting like intimidated, and then there would be consequence to his losses. And then next time he loses, you'd be like, "Ooh, what's this going to mean? What's Braun going to do to him?" There's no mystery. There's no intrigue. The whole group sucks. It's rubbish. I completely agree. I don't even think we have to tiptoe around. It's rubbish. And how many times do we have to flipping see this group as well? I mean, I feel like they've dominated every flipping main event for the past 2 years, even though they've only been together since April. It just feels longer. Because, honestly, they're just so flat. So, yeah, I don't know. You do just want to grab creative. Come on. You've been hired as creative. Do something creative. Yeah. But, I mean, you could have said that to WWE Creative several times this year. Steve said, with the recent stars that have passed on the contract renewals, Sean Ross Sapp says more people could leave. Have you come to terms that Carrion ain't working no more? I don't know, actually. I'm still not sure on Carrion. No, I haven't. Because I'm looking at Carrion and he's working the indies, but AEW haven't picked him up. If he went to AEW, that would do it, right? But if Triple H said, look, you've got your book coming up and I don't have anything for you with Crown Jewel, like, why don't you go to the indies? Why don't we, like, build up the fact that you've left? And, you know, what if it is a strategy like that? I mean, I don't know that it is, and I don't know that it isn't. My thoughts on it are that this is strange. I think everyone agrees. I don't think anyone's in a different boat than the boat I'm in, which is this is strange. I've said all along, this is strange. I don't get it. I don't understand how the fans were so vocal about keeping him, and now he had really great merch sales. So it wasn't just a silent majority on the internet. There was like merch sales as well that were really backing up, right? Plus also at the end of SummerSlam, we had the crowd go out and chant, "We want Cross." And of course, Triple H goes, "You want Brock." And like, again, that isn't just like a few people. That was the crowd that were chanting it to Triple H. Now, what I will say is that whole movement really fell away. Like, that whole movement just really disappeared when he did leave. And I think the reason is because everyone was in that same boat. I think the honest truth is he just wanted to understand why they had offered him the money they had offered him. So apparently they offered him a new contract. He was like, I want to have a chat with someone about it. And they were like, no. And even that doesn't make sense, does it? I mean, I understand it's a big organization, but there's a whole HR department. There's a whole HR department where their only job is to focus on the workers. They don't have to worry about, like, booking venues or coming up with storylines or, you know, taking the ring down at the end of the day or anything like that. Their only job, the HR department's only job, is issues with the workers, with the workforce, human resources, HR. And the fact that he went to the line person, whoever was in charge, right, talent relations, and said to them, can you just help me understand how you came to this number? And they were like, no, take it or leave it. You kind of go, I mean, maybe it just is that disorganized and rubbish behind the scenes, right? Perhaps it just is like that. I don't know. I find that, like, staggering that he asked a very reasonable question and could not get an answer. You do kind of go, I don't get it. I still don't get it. I still don't understand. And I think a lot of people were in that boat. And I think a lot of people have kind of looked at it and gone, I just don't know, man. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's a work. I don't know if it's a shoot. Even Ariel Helwani was unsure when he interviewed Carrion. And this was after Carrion had been released. And Carrion, during that interview, managed to convince Ariel Helwani, and I think a lot of people as well, that he was telling the truth, because he said, look, I wouldn't lie about this. This isn't, and I must admit that was very compelling. That was one point where I was like, oof, okay. He said I wouldn't work people on losing a job. And at that bit, I was like, okay, that's the best evidence I've seen of him, like, you know, being truthful here. Because obviously, if it then does turn out that he has lied and he did work people, that's a real douchey thing to do, isn't it? Turn around and go, I wouldn't lie about this. So that was certainly a bit where I was like, okay, this feels like it could be truthful. But after what I saw with Seth faking an injury and working the locker room, which is going to be part of WWE Unreal, is it that much of a jump? Is it that much of a stretch? Is it that crazy for Triple H to turn around to Karrion and say, look, I haven't got anything for you after SummerSlam. Once you're done with Sammy, I don't have anything for you. I know you've got your book coming out. So how about what we'll do is we'll have you go and work on the indies, and we'll make a big thing about how we don't want you. Because the one thing that should grow this movement that want to see more of you is if we don't use you. That's only going to make them want you more, right? So what we'll do is we'll have you go to the indies. We'll have you, like, promote your book. You can go and do, like, the chat shows. You can go and do Ariel Helwani and all the influencers, Chris Van Vliet and all of that stuff, right? And we'll really build up about how you don't understand what you did wrong and all this kind of stuff. And we'll get this kind of movement really going, and then we'll bring you back in the Rumble or something like this. And then 2026 will go big. And imagine if that story then features in WWE Unreal. Imagine if they use that behind the scenes, the conversations, the whole thing is kind of shown in WWE Unreal. So if you want to know, like, what happened with Seth's injury and how he was lying to everyone backstage, watch WWE Unreal. If you want to know what the conversations were around Karrion, watch WWE Unreal. I don't think that's that far of a stretch. I don't feel like that's that crazy. I can point to the Seth injury and I can say that is in WWE Unreal. That's something where they've worked the backstage and all the people backstage. So Karrion, I don't know. I'm not saying that it is, and I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying it's never made sense. It's never made sense as to the way that he left. I still don't understand it. It's just one of the weirdest releases I've ever known. If it does turn out to be like, you know, a story, it will be crazy. But they could do something crazy, and certainly with WWE Unreal around. So, and yeah, there could be more people leaving. I mean, those that are dissatisfied, those that aren't happy with their role in the company. Yeah, you know, Santos is showing that there are people that are going to be willing to walk away if they're not getting what they feel they deserve. That's how I learned about AI videos as well. I watched Daze talking about it today, said Rentfree. Yeah, they're scary. Do you know, I got told, and I don't know if this is true, but you know the Zarya picture that we looked at in Unseen? Apparently that's AI. Zarya went onto social media to say it's AI, right? But then she followed it up with saying, I'm not even real. So you kind of go, hang on, what? Clearly you are real. But so was you telling the truth when you said it was AI? Or are you just being funny? And I don't know if I'm meant to believe you or not. So it's really, and you know, the Mr. Iguana picture that was in Unseen, that's looking like it's actually real. So I've got a massive problem. I really have a problem now with knowing what's AI and what's not AI. We looked at a Mr. Iguana picture yesterday in Unseen. It's in the most recent Unseen. I think it starts the fun folder. And I was like, I think this is AI. It's just, it looks weird. The background looks weird. It's just weird. So I think it's AI, but I'm not sure. I don't know. And I didn't know enough to actually include it and make a point out of it, right? But there's another picture that's emerged of the three of them. And this time it was posted by JBL. So it wasn't even another picture that was done by Mr. Iguana, because Mr. Iguana could have created a couple of AI images, right? But this picture of the three of them has been shared by JBL. So that makes me think that it's probably a good chance that they were actually all together. Mr. Iguana, Jimmy Hart, and APA. It's such a random picture. It's so random. So, like, that one that I thought was AI, potentially AI, my brain has gone, like, now it's looking like it's real. The Zarya picture, which I didn't even question, she's come out and said is AI, but then also said I'm not even, not me, but her. She said she's not even real. So then you go, hang on, is that AI? Is that not AI? What are you telling me? Like, I don't understand. So I'm confused still on that one. And then you've got these videos. Obviously, the videos, you can tell they're not real. I mean, there's a video of Benoit that's doing the rounds, which I'm not going to include in Unseen, because I just don't want to platform stuff like that, to be honest. So, like, it's a video of him that's AI. There's a AI video of the animals, which I did include. There's an AI one of Tupac and Biggie, which obviously I included a couple of days ago. But to be honest with you, I'm not looking to like include anymore. I'm not really searching for AI stuff, right? I've seen enough now. I've seen where we are with it. I understand like how good it is at the moment. Well, at the moment, it seems like people can make little short clips, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, right? Interviews and things like that. But as I said in Unseen, we are going to get to the point where in 5 years' time, that will be 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And it will obviously be even better quality. It's a bit like video games. If you go back and have a look at the PS1 and the graphics on the PS1, compare it to the PS5, I mean, the advancements, the improvement is, night and day. We're at the PS1 stage of AI. Where are we going to be in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? I mean, I think it's a real concern. Genuinely a real concern. I mean, I know people are worried about AI for like taking over the world and people losing jobs and stuff like that, but this is one that actually now is affecting wrestling, because I'm seeing AI videos that look really good. There's not like people falling over or anything like that. Like, they look really good. Do you know, there was another clip which I don't know if I can show you it actually. I think I got sent it. There was another clip that I saw that looked even better than the rest. Yes, found it. Boom. Look at this. Apparently, this is AI. Now, I know a lot of you are going to be like, yeah, we know how good AI is. I don't know why you're showing us, right? But...
Ready? Fire it! Here we go.
Oh, ah! Lord have mercy.
Okay. She fell. Ha ha! Ruby, you all right? Get her up! Get her up! She's laughing. Ready? Fire it! Here we go.
Oh, ah! Lord have mercy.
Okay. She fell. Ha ha! Ruby, you all right? Get her up! Get her up!
Egg disappears around like the 9 set around now actually, but I can't find a leg that disappears. I mean, I don't know if it's like meant to be this here or something, I don't know, but yeah, apparently this is AI. This is fake. This did not happen.
Ready? Fire it! Here we go.
Oh, ah! Lord have mercy.
Okay. She fell. Ha ha! Ruby, you all right? Get her up! Get her up! She's laughing. Ready?
You can tell that his reaction's weird, isn't it? His reaction is strange. So I don't know, man. It's mental. It's just mental. You kind of look at this 10-second clip, and like here they are outside at like a little league game or something, and you kind of think like, could you imagine wrestlers having a match in this kind of environment that you could do over a 5-minute match? Put a couple of those together, put a promo in there, 10, 15-minute clip, episode, once a week, drop it on a YouTube channel, 2 matches, promo building up next week's show. I mean, if you're booking it and it's like really interesting and the characters are really engaging, I just don't know. I just don't know what this is going to mean for wrestling. I mean, WWE, it's such an interesting conversation because WWE right now is battling AEW. AEW is on TV. They've got a great roster of wrestlers, and they're obviously spending all this money. I mean, they're spending so much money on wages and all of that. You could create your own show, put it on YouTube, and like for, well, God only knows. I mean, I don't even know if there'd be a cost, maybe the cost of a subscription to whatever will help create this, right? So subscription cost to that, which is going to be like, what, $30 a month, right? And then as long as you can learn the skills that you need to learn, which is probably just understanding prompts, isn't it? Just typing in the right stuff. If you can really understand AI, know how to manipulate it, maybe piece a few bits together, maybe from different AI creators. I mean, could you start doing a 5-minute episode? Could you start creating a show that's 5 minutes long once a week? And, you know, getting people to talk about it. At first, people will talk about, is this right? Is this wrong? People will watch it as they try to figure out how they feel about it. But if you actually tell some great storylines and have some really great characters and actually introduce a roster that people kind of connect with, that are interested in, and do some fights that people care about. I mean, I look at Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon are just squiggles on a piece of paper. And look at like what an amazing thing that became. Pokemon, I mean, I don't even understand what Pokemon is, to be honest. I don't know if they fight or what they flip into. I've never seen a single episode of Pokemon. I've never bought a card. I've never seen a film. I've never played a game. It's a whole thing that passed me by, right? So I don't know what they are, but what I do know is that they are just drawings of little monsters on cards. Like, that's it. And people have gone crazy over them. So you can't say that people aren't going to care about created characters, right? You can't say that people aren't going to care if someone just creates their own roster of wrestlers, because I can throw Harry Potter at you and say people really care about those created characters. I can throw James Bond at you. I can throw Pokemon at you. I can throw endless Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, blah, 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 blah. I can throw all this stuff at you, which was just created out of thin air that has gone on to be multi-million, multi-billion franchises, right? And look at The Simpsons. Look how long that's been going. Look at all the characters in that. Look how loved that cartoon is. Like, yes, someone can create their own roster that people are going to care about. And then, of course, it can get merchandised. You can have cards, you can have comics, you can have T-shirts. Yeah, people can have themed parties based around those characters. You can even use AI to write the flipping storylines so that the storylines are the most creative, most compelling, with twists and turns that you just don't see coming. Characters coming back at key times. And, you know, you can do backstage things. You can, like, really get across. I mean, the thing with AI, it's got all of human history to kind of dig from. It's got all the stories from, like, Shakespeare and all these great playwrights. Like, just think of the stories and the promos and the ways that it can get you to connect to the characters. I think, honestly, sure, I could not disagree more with what Sean Ross Sapp tweeted. Sean Ross Sapp said, a lot of content creators are worried about AI. Don't be. They'll never replace your authenticity and your work ethic and blah, blah, blah. All these kind of list a load of attributes, right? They'll never be able to replicate your honesty and all this kind of... Mate, keep telling yourself that. You keep telling yourself that, because I can see where this is going. And yes, be concerned. WWE should be concerned, because their future rival might not be a billionaire. It might be a kid in his bedroom that is about to create their dream promotion and is about to use AI to bring it to life. And as long as people connect with it, as long as people watch it and actually engage with it, which I think they could absolutely do. The only barrier I can see is if, as a collective, humanity says we're not going to get behind that. That's AI, and we are not going to support it. If that wall gets put up and we all agree on that, then that's going to be a big obstacle that's going to need to be overcome for AI creators. But I don't know that everyone's going to agree on that. I don't know that we're all going to get on that same page. I mean, as I said, I think in Unseen, we've already seen an AI band do really well in, like, I think it was the Spotify charts. Weren't they called some at Sundown? I'm sure they were called some at Sundown. Sundown band. Let's have a look. AI, viral AI, Velvet Sundown. An AI generated band has got 1 million plays on Spotify. AI generated psych rock band, the Velvet Sundown. So yeah, apparently they've been doing, like, they've been making, people don't even know. People don't even know that it's fake. There's another problem. What if you see something, a clip online, and it looks like people, and they're doing this amazing stuff, right? It's the best wrestling you've ever seen, the most compelling promos you've ever seen. You might not even know it's AI. You might not even know. So we can all collectively agree we're not going to support AI, but then people will watch it not even knowing, and that might be enough just to get it off the ground. And once enough people are hooked, once enough people are like, oh, I don't care, it's so good, I don't see how it's, I just don't see how you stop it. I don't see how you stop it. I genuinely am worried after what I'm seeing. It's just the starting point in it. We're at PlayStation 1. By the time we get to PS5 and it's even better and it can go even longer, people are going to do what I'm saying. It's going to happen. It's just, I don't know if it catches on. I just don't know if collectively people are going to stand up against it, or if people will take to it. With the amount of people in the world and the amount of people that will watch it and not even question if it's AI, I think people will watch it, will get into it. And I think that'll be enough for it to succeed. And then I just don't know what WWE does. I don't know what AEW does. I just don't know. I really don't know how they're going to compete, because their shows, you know, their promos aren't going to be as compelling. Their matches aren't going to be as good. You know, we're watching it now with people going, oh, it's a bit flat. You know, people are moaning about 2025. Imagine if you had a kick-ass alternative, an alternative that never let you down, with twists and turns and satisfied. Imagine if that wrestling company that you are looking for is literally a few computer clicks away from being created. So yeah, the AI conversation, it's a big one. But Daze, what match are you looking forward to at Crown Jewel? Cena, AJ? Yeah, probably Cena, AJ. I think, like, we're running out of Cena matches, aren't we? So I think every match he has is really significant, and I'm really looking forward to that. David said, AI can ruin a lot of lives. Someone could easily use it as proof of something, and that's dangerous. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even gone into that because I am trying to keep it wrestling related as much as possible, but it is true. I mean, you could easily have Donald Trump sat there saying we're at war and making a massive, like, you know, speech that people just share and it spreads around, and it could, you know, I mean, it could be convincing enough where the Russians, you know, then respond. If he goes off and declares war on Russia, then, you know, it could be something like we've already sent a missile on the way as I'm you know, talking. Such and such has been launched, and then Russia. If that's true, Russia, what are they going to do? Are they going to just take a chance that it's AI? I mean, I'd imagine they would reach out to the White House very quickly to get clarification. But I mean, yeah, this is scary. This is the kind of trouble that can be caused by a kid in a bedroom. And these tools are available to everyone, aren't they? I mean, ChatGPT. I mean, I must admit, I'm starting to try and understand how I can use it more as an aid. You know, I've tried a couple of times to see if it'll just help kind of improve some thumbnails, for example. It hasn't yet. I keep putting thumbnails in that's got me on. It's like, sorry, we can't do this. I don't know why. I mean, it seems like AI is quite happy to generate like flipping Tupac and generate all these fake celebrities. But if I want it to just make my thumbnails that have got me on or got some wrestlers on look a bit better, it seems like there's some protection built into Grok and ChatGPT that won't do that, right? So, I don't know. I think you've got to have a bit of an understanding of AI, because I'm sure there's certain AI models that will let you do that. And I'm sure there's other models that won't let you do that. And so, you know, you need to know what's out there, what is the best one to use for video, what's the best one to use for graphics, what's the best one to use for scripts, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure one of them can make great apps, for example. I mean, I've seen, I think it's Google Gemini, the new version of that. I saw a video on that the other day. The guy typed in that he wanted an app making, and he wanted it making to do such and such. And the flipping thing came back with all the code. It just... There you go. Copy that. Put it where you need to put it. There's your app. That's the code. That's what would have took computer programmers, like, God knows how long. And Gemini just went... and the guy had an app. And you go, blimey now. What AI can actually do for us right now, even now, I think is beyond what I thought it could do. I mean, I know about the pictures. And I know that, like, people are making, like, fake videos and stuff like that, but... Yeah, I think even now it's beyond what I thought. So it's a hard thing to keep up with, because to be perfectly truthful, it feels like it's moving really quickly. It feels like it's moving at quite a pace. Like the developments, the advancements, they're moving so fast that it's kind of hard to keep up with everything that's kind of improving and moving. And you've got a real battle, haven't you, amongst all the companies? They're all trying to outdo each other, and that competition is only going to speed this process up as well. Big Time said, Daze, watching a lot of main roster wrestlers in 2025, that fire and hunger isn't there. A lot just look like they're going through the motions. Have we noticed that they're on low energy? Don't know, to be honest. I'm trying to think of like who that could refer to, because I think Penta shows it. I think Cody shows it. I don't think Randy so much shows it, because I think he's kind of had his slippers on for a bit of a while. I think he's just very comfortable in his role. He's a massive star. He knows he'll always get TV time. But sometimes Randy comes down, like in front of the French fans, he's all fired up, you know. But I could believe it of him. I don't know. I think I'd need names. I can't say I've massively noticed it. No. I'm trying to think as to who's been in the ring and really not looked like they've really cared. I mean, Sammy definitely shows that. I don't know. I can't think of any names. I don't know. I don't know that I can go with you on that one. I don't think it's the wrestlers. I think it's the creative. I think the creative has not been creative. And I think that it's been flat. I think it's dull. I think it's slow. I think it's comfortable. I think it is just flat. I mean, there's no other way of kind of putting it. I think now feels like we've got some things that at least you can go into the show excited for. I'm excited for Bayley. I'm excited for Asuka. We've got Roman tonight. We got Punk tonight, right? So there's a few things I can go into Raw looking forward to and genuinely looking forward to. I'm not just saying I'm looking forward to them. I'm actually looking forward to them. So, yeah, I think like that's good. Obviously, Sammy on a Friday is good as well. like the open challenges have been a massive success. So really enjoying those. So there definitely are a few things that are happening right now that I'm on board with. And of course, at some point, AJ Lee should come back. I'm very much on board with AJ Lee being back. So I think there's some stuff happening right now that feels like this is not the worst part of 2025. But yeah, I think for me, this is, we know the struggles that we've got. We know that the shows have been not as strong as people would want in 2025. But hopefully, with the new ratings drama, which we did touch on in Unseen, and I know is not for everyone, but it is a big talking point. Hopefully, that is going to force wrestling to improve. Because the problem is, and again, I know that we're maybe having a few very deep conversations talking about AI and now talking about ratings, but the ratings conversation is that a lot of the way they gather the data now is different. So I believe they're actually, before you used to have the box in the house, and it was only those people that where what they watched was then kind of magnified, and that's how we worked out the ratings. So I don't know how many people had Nielsen boxes. Maybe it was like 100,000 or something, right? But whatever they watched, that was then kind of multiplied to represent everyone, and that's how they worked out the ratings. Now, apparently, they're using smart TVs, they're using set-top boxes, they're still using their own Nielsen boxes, they're gathering data from a lot more homes, and what that means is that we're seeing changes to the ratings. And wrestling last week went like this, absolutely collapsed. Absolutely dropped 20% in the ratings. Now, we don't know if that's just a blip. We don't know if that's a one-off. We don't know if that's a bad week. But the early signs are that maybe wrestling's ratings have never actually been as good as what we've always thought. Wrestling's ratings might have always been inflated, because it might be that there was quite a few people in that 100,000 that had the Nielsen boxes. It might be that quite a few of those people, they loved wrestling and they watched wrestling. If you then times that to represent everyone, wrestling does well. But once you actually start to look at what everyone is actually watching, and you get more access into more homes, all of a sudden the wrestling ratings died. They fell by 20%, which is super significant. I mean, when it's time to negotiate TV deals, I mean, it's just not going to be as profitable. I mean, what are they going to walk into the meeting with? They're going to walk into the meeting with numbers that are 20% down on the numbers they had last time they walked into the meeting. I mean, I don't know about you. If you're a businessman, right, and someone that has a TV show comes to meet you and their numbers are 20% down, right, what are you going to pay them to keep their show on your network? I mean, you're probably going to pay the same or less, aren't you? You're probably not going to pay them more. You're probably going to pay them the same or less. And that is going to be wrestling's problem, isn't it? When it's time to renegotiate the TV deals, there aren't bumper TV deals that look like they're coming wrestling's way, because if these numbers are going to be where these numbers are going to stay, this is bad news. This is really, really bad news. And, for those that still don't get it, for those that are still like, I don't understand what he's saying, I'm saying that wrestlers could lose their jobs. That's what I'm saying in the future. I'm saying that there could be mass releases. I'm saying that there could be downscaling, downsizing, cost cutting, because if the next TV deals are going to be lower than what they're getting now, they're going to have to save money. They're going to have to reduce the amount of money they spend. The budgets are going to have to be realigned. People are going to have to, take hits. Because if there's less money coming through the door, then there's less money to spend. If there's less money to spend, that means less wrestlers or lower paid wages or And honestly, we've only had a week of ratings. And I don't think we're anywhere near that conversation at this point, right? Because we've recently just signed with Netflix and we've recently just signed with USA. Timing-wise, it couldn't be better for WWE. Timing-wise, this is about as good as you could hope for. We've literally just done our TV deals, so it's as good as we could hope for. But that doesn't mean that if it's not going to improve, that there's going to be a problem. In a few years' time, there's going to be a problem. Unless they can sort this out. So, I don't know. Look, this is a big conversation backstage. That's what is being reported. Nick Khan and all the executives, TKO, everyone's talking about it. This is why it's important. This is why we're talking about it. You need to know this is happening. It's a big talking point. What they can do about it, don't know. Because if the ratings have always been inflated, that means that whatever they do, they're going to struggle to get back to where they were. To try and increase your ratings by 20% just to get back to where you was a week ago. I mean, that's like trying to bring in The Rock and all this kind of stuff. Like, to try and just get the ratings back to where you were last week. That's why this new rating system is a real headache, a real problem, and it could have real repercussions. So, but again, it's a bit early. Obviously, we've only had a week. It could have been a blip, could have been teething trouble. It's a story that we still need to obviously get a lot more data on. But if I'm WWE, I have got like a real issue now. I need better ratings. I really need better ratings. And I need to find a way of getting those ratings up. Before it's too late. So I don't know. I don't know what that's going to mean for the booking. I don't know what that's going to mean for creative. I don't know what that's going to mean for wrestling in general. But wrestling is under attack by so many in the space of a week, 2 weeks. I feel like wrestling now is under attack. I feel like it's under threat. I can see AI coming in the distance. And it's looking like a concern to me. We've got the ratings that have changed, and now the ratings are 20% lower. And next time we negotiate TV deals, that's going to be a problem, right? We got wrestlers walking out because they're not on TV. We got fans moaning because 2025 has been a bit mid. Like, that meme where there's fire everywhere, and the guy sat there going, "It's fine." Yeah, it very much feels like that right now. So, mate, again. Give me a real behind-the-scenes documentary, not a fake one. Not one where you're just going to show me little bits and bobs, right? I want to see the chats right now. I want to know what Nick Khan is. I want to know what TKO are saying right now. Because I'm looking at the situation and it looks a bit moody. So I want to know what the TKO board are thinking. I want to know what they've got to say. Don't forget as well, they own UFC. What I just said about AI and WWE... same can be absolutely true of UFC as well. Some kid in a bedroom can absolutely just create their dream UFC show, create their own new Conor McGregor. And bang, UFC's going to have competition then. The one thing WWE has got and UFC has got is the live products. But they can't charge any more for tickets than they're charging. The only thing they could do is more shows. One thing AI can't do is put on a live show. I don't know how big of a deal that is. I don't know how big of a problem that is. The Turtles can't put on a live show, right? Simpsons can't put on a live show. That's never stopped them, right? So you could probably do some weird costume thing if you wanted. If you got that big, if your AI show got that big, you could probably create some costumes. Shove some humans in them and, do some sort of a show. But, it's not going to be the same, is it? This is where WWE, UFC have got an advantage that is hard to see AI taking over at this stage. I mean, really, to take that over, you're going to need, robots and androids and, all that kind of stuff. So we're nowhere near that. I don't see that as a concern at the moment. But the TV stuff, the AI video generated stuff, that does feel more of a threat. Oh, mate, so much going on. Aaron said AI wrestler videos, they are insane and also concerning. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. I agree. I agree. I don't know. I agree. I don't know. I don't know how like to feel about it all, because part of me thinks I like The Simpsons and I like shows that obviously, you know, are engaging and interesting and thought-provoking. Anything that's gonna, like, you know, get an emotional reaction, we're gonna gravitate to it. Anything that's going to, like, you know, have an impact on you in some way, you're gonna gravitate towards. And what if there is a wrestling show that does that? What if that? I mean, like, how are you going to avoid watching it? How are you going to avoid watching? I'm just being honest, but how are you going to avoid watching an AI wrestling show where the matches are like some of the best you've ever seen, and the promos are great, and the storylines are thought-provoking, and there's like moments where you're like, man, what do they do? If he goes that way and does that, he's kind of letting his family down. But if he goes that way, he's being true to himself and he's doing what he needs. And do you know what I mean? There could be some really interesting, thought-provoking decisions that wrestlers have to make, and really interesting kind of conversations that can come out. That is going to be hard to ignore. For us to just be like, oh, are you watching, you know, Mega All-Star Pro tonight? It's like, no, we don't watch Mega All-Star Pro. That's it's AI, isn't it? I'm not touching it. Yeah, but there's really good characters, really good stuff. It's like, no. I mean, really, that's the only defense I can come up with. The only defense I can come up with is if collectively we all agree we ain't watching it. That's it. That's the only defense I can find, is if we all just agree we ain't gonna support it. And even then, I don't think that will work. Even then, I think it will fail. Even then, I think there will be some that get caught out that watch it out of intrigue and enjoy it. There'll be some that are pro AI and proud, and they're like, this is the future, why fight it? So they'll watch it. People watching it without even knowing it's AI, they'll watch it. Yeah. Alex said, 2025, WWE has taken me out, minus a couple of PLEs. Everything else I've watched that isn't WWE, I've enjoyed a bit more, at least, said Alex. Justin said, if AI makes an AI wrestling show, would you watch it? I don't know. I don't know. I think my gut reaction is no, I wouldn't. But I don't want to sit here and lie if my gut is also saying that it could be the wrestling show we've always wanted. What if it's like really nostalgic? What if it's got, for me, like, I mean, the thing is, you can make it feel and look like anything. We're not just talking about one wrestling show as competition. There could be 100. There could be one that's based on flipping Pokemon. There could be one that's based on Dungeons and Dragons. There could be one that's based on space and fighting, like, in different planets. I mean, I don't see how it stopped. I don't see how you stop it. I really don't. I know it's not quite. I know it's not here yet, but I just don't see how you stop it. I mean, if you've got one that's based on the Golden It, what if you went to Macho Man? You know, all those people that aren't under WWE contracts. So, you know, like how Demolition weren't. They weren't under any deal because they were on the out with WWE, right? And I think there's a few, actually, that are on the out, like Warlord and people like that, right? I think Hacksaw Jim Duggan just signed a new deal, but he was out recently. Like Marty Jannetty's out, for example, obviously. And there's, you know, lots of wrestlers that aren't under deals. So, you know, what if there's a promotion that gets them to sign, right? And then all of a sudden you've got Macho Man, Demolition, Legion of Doom, Earthquake type, like Andre, like they're all back. They're back. and you're watching them. Now, yeah, of course, it's AI generated, but it sounds like them, it moves like them, it acts like them. What if there's a promotion that's just legends of wrestling, and it's great because it's AI stories, it's AI creative, it's the best compelling creative, and it's all the legends of the past. How do you go, no, I'm not watching it? I mean, to be honest, you would be like, is that Miss Elizabeth? I'm not watching it. I just, honestly, maybe a bit early for this conversation, but I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it on a clips channel, probably. Probably not. I don't know. But, yeah, I'll be very interested as to where we are in, say, 10 years, right? It's probably not something we need to worry about for the next 12 months. But the speed it's moving at as well. I remember AI not long ago was rubbish. And flipping, look at where it is now. Steve said, I'm guessing Punk's going to win a world title at Mania. Would you be down if Punk Dominic feuded till then? They could give Punk the IC title like they did with Sammy till Mania. Yeah, I don't mind that, I suppose. Yeah. They have been going off on each other in interviews, which has been pretty fun. So I'm not down on that. I don't think Punk necessarily needs the IC title. I think if he makes it clear that he maybe faces Seth and loses because he gets cheated, maybe, you know, if he makes it clear that I understand it's not quite my time right now. You know, I had a shot at Seth and, you know, the numbers just... I don't have the numbers, right? Without the numbers, it's not my time right now. But there is someone that I've got. And maybe if he makes it clear that he's just turning his attention to a side quest. Because Punk's not a mid-carder. Punk doesn't need the IC title. Punk going after that, he wouldn't be going after it for the belt. You know, he'd be going after it really because he's got an issue with Dominic. So as long as we can find a way of getting into the feud where it makes sense. Maybe Dominic attacks him. And Punk's like, okay, you're now on my radar. Because he's a main eventer. He's a world champion, you know? So for me, if you're going to get into that feuds, as long as we can find a good way into it, a way that makes sense, then, yeah, I wouldn't be down on that. Hannah said, do we think that WWE hiring some acclaimed film writers to the team would help? I figure it would be an easy solution to develop more good stories. I don't think you need to. Not with AI. I mean, if you've got AI, then why don't you just use that? I mean, I mean, like, you can just have someone sit writing prompts all day and just having different, like, things being spat back out. And, you know, give me a week. Give me a week where I do nothing but just work with AI. I'll try different AI systems. I'll try Gemini. I'll try ChatGPT. I'll try different prompts. I'll ask it to give me different wrestling storylines. You know, if I went to ChatGPT and said, give me a wrestling storyline that's never happened, what would it give me? You know, give me a wrestling storyline based on Undertaker Kane from the 90s, right? But I don't want it to be the same, right? What would it give me? Once it gives me that, can I tailor that a little bit more? Can I tweak that a little bit more? You know, can I go through and just, I mean, for me, as I've just said, AI is more powerful than I think gave it credit for. And I don't really see why you necessarily need to be hiring film writers and stuff now when you do have AI. And to be honest, this is where I think AI should be used, right? I know we've just said AI is putting people out of work and we should all agree to not use it. But the problem you've got is that WWE has not been very compelling in 2025. It's not been like a very captivating product. You can disagree all you want. The ratings are not great, right? If you look at live attendance, it's down, right? So the numbers are just not where the numbers were. So people can go, oh, why are you always complaining? Why are we always moaning? Well, we're watching numbers go down and it's a little bit concerning, right? So I think we can agree that things aren't quite where they were. And if we agree on that, that means we need to get them back to where they were and maybe even beyond that, make it even better than that, right? I think this is where AI can come in. You could bring in some film writers. There's no guarantee that works, right? Because obviously they're just going to come up with the ideas they come up with. AI is an endless bank of ideas. It is an endless tool of ideas. And if by replacing one or two writers that you might have given a job to, you actually use AI, and that makes the whole company more interesting. That makes all the stories, all of the wrestlers. I mean, you are taking a little bit of pain for maximum gain. So you are potentially not hiring a couple of writers and using AI instead. And the end result is the whole of Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Evolve, AAA, all of that gets stronger, gets more interesting, gets more compelling. And the whole writing process, I'd imagine, is a lot more effective, quicker, more streamlined. You can get answers like that. You know, not only can you get answers of like a story, but you could say break this down into a 6-week storyline. I need each week to be a 15-minute segment. I don't know if AI is quite there, but genuinely I think it is there or thereabouts. I've seen it creating a flipping app and delivering code for an app. So I kind of look at this and go, you know, it absolutely can generate storylines. It absolutely can take a storyline from the past and give you something similar. It could give you 20 similar storylines. To me, I just think you've got this tool. Why don't you use it? I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they are. Perhaps they have been, and it's not been that great. I don't know. I think, though, to ignore a tool that powerful, you're an idiot. It would be like when the internet came along. So when the internet came along, imagine ignoring it. Going, yeah, no, we're not going to bother with that. We won't have a website. We won't advertise on the internet. We won't put our videos on YouTube. We won't have an X account, a social media. Imagine ignoring the internet. Why would you ignore AI? You'd have to be an idiot. So for me, I think like a whole promotion where wrestlers are getting all replaced and everything, that's obviously a concern. But I think actually using it to come up with storylines, I don't know why they wouldn't be doing it now. Big Time said, not only is SmackDown and NXT plummeting because of these new ratings, but Raw did 2.3 globally last week. Every which way, there are new holes in the ship. Yeah, the only thing I'd say, though, is that I think I heard Dave said that Dynamite had done 400,000, which under the new ratings. So they did 400,000. It's their lowest rating ever, of course. But they were still ranked 6th on the night. So there are slightly different ways of looking at it. That, you know, unfortunately, even though numbers keep going down, and even though this new system is not showing wrestling in the best light, they are still up amongst the highest rated shows. Even they're not number 1, number 2, but I mean, I think Dynamite was like number 6. So it's, I don't want to paint a picture that the boat is sinking, right? I don't want to paint a picture that wrestling is doomed. I don't want to paint a picture that wrestling is over or anything like that. I mean, that's just, you know, that's just dramatic, just nonsense, right? I mean, I think you can get as over dramatic as you want with these things. But I hope what we have done is painted a picture that shows that there is genuine reason for concern. That's what I've tried to do. So AI, I think there is genuine reason for concern. The ratings, I think there is genuine reason for concern. I think both of those are very, very concerning. And so that's kind of where we are. So yes, there are problems, there are concerns, but it also doesn't mean that wrestling is about to go away or anything like that, right? It also doesn't. It's not like WWE are a week away from closing their doors. You know, like things are okay by and large. Like, but yeah, the direction we're going is down. We need to find a way of, picking it back up again. Keegan said, I've got to be part of a Shield. Me and my friend, we were honorary members of the Shields. Keegan, shout out to you. Mike said, WCW's YouTube channel have just put up Halloween Havoc 1989. Haven't been on the WCW one, to be honest, for a long time. Haven't been on the Vault in a while either, to be honest. I do love that new website, though. We looked at it in Unseen. Hopefully you guys checked out Unseen. It's worth checking out. All the things I see throughout the day, all the conversations we have here, I get that from sitting down and just blasting through social media. And there is a website that Matey Boy found, Sean Ross Sapp. This one here, which is so good. So this is All Elite Moves. I haven't had a chance yet. I know I said I was going to start looking at it, but, you can actually click on a wrestler like Jericho, and then it will show you their moves. So there's the Judas Effects, Code Breaker, Lion Salts. It's just a collection of the moves. One-handed bulldog, a triangle drop. But there we go. Do you know what? I didn't even know that was called a triangle drop kick. So if they bounce off that rope and then deliver like the kick, it's a triangle drop kick. Never knew that. I would call that a springboard drop kick. But according to this, triangle drop kick. Armbar DDT. Armbar DDT. Avalanche Hurricanrana. Catapult. Baseball slide drop kick. Yes. Death Valley Driver. Bang. I mean, it's an AA, but if it's not Cena doing it, it goes by obviously a different name. Decapitate. I never knew that was called a decapitator. I always just say slingshot into the bottom rope, but a decapitator. But do you see, like, you can kind of just spend ages just kind of going down, and do you know, it'd be really good actually for a future members stream to, or even doing as a short, finding a way of getting these clips, taking the names of the moves away and just asking people what they think they're called. A J driller. A kitchen sink. It's fascinating. Honestly, I could spend hours just sitting here going through, just looking at all of these different moves and just kind of, getting them in my head so that when I see them in the future, I've just got them. This is like if you've got an exam coming up, cramming, getting ready for an exam. The vast majority I know, but there's definitely bits in there, that I look at and I'm like, didn't know that. Yeah, so love that. I think that's really great, really useful. Daze Moody, the former England rugby winner, has been diagnosed with motor neuron disease. Yeah, I saw thoughts very much with him. That's awful news. Daze, which Oompa Loompa would you become if you broke outside of Charlie's Chocolate Factory? If you were broke outside of... I think they're all the same, aren't they? I'm not aware of them having any kind of different personalities. They are different people. But I don't think we got introduced to them in that kind of way, did we? Weren't they just like an army, really, of kind of... Just that would be a good film, actually. That'd be a bit like the Minions. Imagine if, you did an Oompa Loompa movie that kind of showed you their backstory. You might be onto something there, William. Right, Netforce said, I put into ChatGPT, give me a wrestling story that has never happened. I've tweeted you the answer. Oh. What's this then? Blimey now. Look at this. It's called The Glitch in the System. A mysterious hacker begins rewriting reality in the wrestling world, manipulating video packages, altering entrance themes mid-show, and even changing match results through technical interferences. No one knows who's behind it, and the company begins to lose control of its own show. I feel like this is a bit similar to things that we have seen before. Mustafa Ali was doing a hacker thing during the pandemic era, for example. And so we've kind of seen something along these lines. So Act 1 would be the disturbances. Act 2 would be establishing the target. It even says a mid-card tech-savvy wrestler, a Sami Zayn type. The reveal would take place, and then the payoff. Unique twist. This storyline plays with meta-reality, blending kayfabe and the technical side of wrestling production itself. It would make fans question whether glitches are real or scripted, giving it that ARG alternate reality game feel. Would you like me to write the dialogue and the promo scripts? Would you like a full episode? Oh my God, it's already here. It's already here. Can we like put, no. Can you please never do this for anyone that ever asks? You are a threat to pro wrestling. No, can you please? Here we go. Got it. I completely understand what you're saying. Good. Good. I'm glad you understand. Blimey now. So there we go. Right. Let's go down. You at least tried to get on topic. Don't worry about it. I've dealt with it, says Keegan. Usually I don't block people, but the past few weeks I just can't take it anymore. Oh, we got some drama in the chat. Maybe AI can help us with that. Maybe AI can help us with that. Daze, the vision is an epic fail. Seth does not need a group. He only needs Becky, said Taker 1990. Big Time said Daze, from the rushed build, name change, Kalani as the team captain, a weak TNA women's team, Joe and Jordan being referees. It's just led to a comedy from what's supposed to be serious. It's frustrating. Yes, I agree that the NXT invasion has, not gone the way that some of us wanted. Trini said, Daze, you're arguing with AI about AI. Well, listen, if I can just help make any difference in the world, then I will try and do that. Jordan said, do we think that we'll get any answers from last week's Raw when Roman told Jimmy, this is your show, F them all, and didn't acknowledge Jimmy when he said that to Jay? I don't know that you'll get answers. I don't think there's really anything to answer. I mean, there's not really a question, is there? I mean, Roman is kind of saying to Jay, it's your show, take it. Jay has already proved himself to be able to get to winning a Rumble, winning a World Championship. And I think Roman's looking at him now, seeing someone that's kind of lost their way, and he's trying to give him advice. And he's giving him the only advice that he's got to give, which is, if you want to be at the top, you've got to take no prisoners. That's what Roman did when he got to the top. And so he's passing that advice to Jay. He doesn't really have that advice to give to Jimmy. Jimmy has not shown that he can get to those levels. So, no disrespect to Jimmy, but if Jimmy was going to show a bit more, right? If Jimmy was going to start being a bit more ruthless, was going to win Rumbles, was going to win world titles, then I think Roman would invest his time in Jimmy as well. So Jimmy, I think, can definitely feel a bit hurt, can feel a bit betrayed, can feel like he's being excluded, and so he should. I think there is development in this story, right? Definitely, we can move the story forward, but I'm not sure that there's necessarily like an answer that I'm waiting for. I feel like things are pretty much making sense. I think they pretty much make sense to me. So, I'm interested to see kind of obviously where it leads to. Give me one sec. Okay, I just unplugged something and I have no idea what I just unplugged. My laptop in front of me says that it is dying and it needs battery, so I was like, oh, I better get that fixed. So, but I just unplugged something and I don't know what it was. I was like, oh, I've got to pick a plug, man. I don't have a spare plug. So I've literally just pulled something out. And I don't know what the hell is that? What the hell is that even powering? Don't even know what that does. Is it this TV? Am I going to get to the flipping thing and realise my TV doesn't work? No. That works. That works. That works. This is working. I don't know what I just unplugged. I unplugged something. One day. If we get to the stream and it just all goes off for some reason, then I'll be like, it was that plug. Right, AI took days, said Corey. Hey, well, do you know what? I mean, AI, that could be a real threat to me as well, couldn't it? AI that's going to be able to sit and chat and just bring answer any question. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, eventually I will be replaced. It's probably not very long for me, guys. Enjoy me whilst I'm here. I'll be replaced by AI in about I'll give it a week. To be honest, I probably should have been replaced by AI already. Even when it was at its beginner stage, it was probably more advanced than me. Right, Daze, you've just unplugged a mini fridge. I don't know what I've unplugged, mate. I just took it was one of those where I was like, I've got no free plug. And then it was like, check in to make sure everything was still alive. Could it be a lamp? I don't think it's a lamp. I've only got one lamp. There's this one that's in front of me, which if I turn it off, that's what it looks like. I mean, that's not the most dramatic thing in the world, but it is better when it's on, of course. That's the only thing. That's the only lamp that I've got. Tracy, hello. Tracy said, hello, everyone. I'm having to leave early. I had treatment today. Things are going well. Thank you for your support. Tracy, shout out to you, my friend. I'm really pleased to hear that things are going well. Shout out to you, buds. Good. Positive. Keep on track. So, yeah, very good. Tracy, thank you. Keep us updated. Ellis Stubbs said, Daze, you could get replaced by a fetus. It's true. I think the line AI has to cross to take Daze's job is pretty low. Oh, it's crossed it, mate. I think as soon as it was created, it had crossed. Oh, I'm one of the first out. Make no mistake about that, right? I'm one of the first out of the door. Do you know, I suppose the conversation, we're not going to, keep banging on with this, but the conversation is, what job is AI not going to take, Elon Musk got asked this the other day, and his answer was if he had to advise his kids to, get into a trade or something, it would be, a plumber, builder. AI has not, took those jobs yet. But, someone that can come and fix pipes and stuff like that, that should be pretty well protected. But yeah, I mean, eventually, even that could get replaced, of course. I mean, again, it's hard to see the theatre being replaced. Live performance is going to be a difficult one to replace. But have you seen the ABBA avatars in London? There's a whole venue that has been built for this one show. I think they call them avatars, right? And it's basically ABBA on a screen, but the way that it looks kind of 3D. So, but it is like a screen, and basically they just do like a gig, a whole like best of ABBA throughout the years, and people buy tickets and they go and they love it, and it's got great reviews. And it's this big spectacle, this big show. It's all the ABBA songs, all the fans go. So, I mean, you do look at something like that and go, actually, theatre, gigs, how long is it until even that kind of can get replaced by technology and AI? Because we're already doing an ABBA thing in London right now. And I think Whitney Houston did a world tour as a hologram. So, like, obviously she had passed away. So, yeah, I don't know. We can keep talking about how concerning it is. But, yeah. I don't like to. Keegan says, I've got cerebral palsy. My girlfriend currently has a disability. We have had as spina bifida. We've had as since birth. Keegan, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I know there's quite a few in our community that have disabilities and struggles, and there's a lot of mental health issues as well. It's hard, isn't it? Life is so difficult. I think it's good that people can find a place to come together and kind of switch off from their worries. There's a lot of people as well going through just grief at work, and I get people hitting me up all the time with different issues that's kind of going on, and they're grateful to have like a place to just come and hang out for a bit. So, yeah, I massively appreciate people joining us, and hopefully wrestling and these streams can be, a nice little escape from the real world. But Keegan, shout out to you, buds. Big Time said AEW is having a 30-minute overrun tomorrow. For any fans that want to switch over from NXT, they can do that. They can't do that because of obligated 10 p.m. news. Okay. I mean, I don't know that that's going to work in their benefit, because the average viewership is only going to decrease, isn't it? Average viewership will go down if you extend your show. I mean, I think they're probably hoping that people will switch over and they'll get a nice boost. But the problem is, the later the show goes, the more people tend to step out. So, like, you normally see like quite a hot start, and then it might tail off, and then it might pick up a bit towards the end. I'm sure they know what they're doing, but I don't know that that's going to result in their average viewership being helped. Might be more hindered, honestly. But whatever, let them do whatever they want to do. Tony said Cena is only going to get busier in Hollywood, so probably less to none. I have spinal cord injury, says Metal Mama. Mine is from a surgery for a cancer tumor remover that went bad. Love this community, and I'm sending love over to Keegan. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Steve said The Miz even said he took 3 finishers and couldn't kick out, but guys like Cody keep surviving the same or worse. Some people just shouldn't be kicking out. That's plain and simple, said Steve. Daze, I'm not AEW, knows what they're doing. Akeem, shout out to you. Yeah, I think they're going to just try and get as many viewers as they can. I don't even know if they're too worried about necessarily the rating. They might just want eyes on the product. I mean, their mentality might be, let's just get people tuning in and watching. Hopefully they'll come back next week. We just need to get them reach as many people as possible. And if that's your mindset, then sticking around for extra half an hour makes sense, doesn't it? But equally, when it comes to the average viewership, sticking around for an extra half an hour does not mean that you're going to increase your average. It could be that you actually decrease your average. And we have seen that in the past, where that extra overrun time is actually lower than the average, which brings the average down. So to me, it's obviously they've looked at it. Obviously, it's something they feel like is the right thing for them to do. I don't really have a hot take on it other than I don't see that as being a big positive. I don't see that as something NXT needs to worry about. That's not going to make a massive difference to the rating. Even if it does drag it down, it ain't going to drag it down loads. And if it does increase it, it ain't going to increase it loads. So if I'm NXT, I'm just focused on making that 2 hours that I've got the best I can make it. And if I do that, and, you know, they've got the advantage because it's their usual time slot. And TNA moving, and AEW moving is a problem. Because we've seen it before where when you change days or times, it causes disruption. People are creatures of habit. You know, people have got habits. Life is about breaking habits and making habits. This is why it's hard to start doing something you don't normally do. Go in the gym is hard because you don't do it. It's not factored into your week. But if you can commit to it for, say, a month or two, it becomes a lot easier because it becomes a habit. And it's the same as, like, you know, anything in life. It's like if you want to start doing something, you're going to have to go through a little bit of short-term pain. You've got to go through some kind of uncomfortable moments as you make that adjustment. And then it should become easier because it becomes a habit. Well, because people are creatures of habit, it means that they are not used to watching AEW on a Tuesday. They're used to watching NXT. And we've seen that that does not bode well for the ratings. So I think it's advantage NXT. NXT has been beating AEW in the ratings recently anyway. So I don't honestly. Whatever they want to do to try and close that gap, fair play. But I don't think that it's going to make a big difference. Wyatt 6 American Nightmare Crow, shout out to you, my friends, becoming a supporter and sending in some gifted memberships, which is very kind. Really do appreciate that, buds. I see that Steve and BXFZ, Solberal, Flexing and Stepping, Blue Thing, all benefiting from your generosity. So very nice, very cool. Welcome to everyone that's joined our members side. We are back tomorrow with a member stream. On a Tuesday, we always do like an hour of digging into your comments. I know that I can't get to everyone's thoughts and comments, right? I know that. And so on a Tuesday, I kind of give you an hour where hopefully I can try and get to your thoughts and your comments, right? So that's what we'll do tomorrow. You can get your voice heard. And then on Wednesday, we've got a little game show. We're playing Wrestle Feuds. Don't forget, you can actually leave answers to the Wrestle Feud questions. They are pinned at the top of the chat. So it says, answer these questions whilst you wait. And you can click on that and provide some answers. I can actually look and see how many answers. It doesn't give me any of your information or anything, so you don't have to worry about that. But it does give me your answers, and we've had 57. We've had 57. We could probably do with a bit more. Last time we did it, we had over 100, so we could probably do with a bit more. So we've had 57 people answer the quiz. And as I said, I use those answers to create the quiz on Wednesday. If you are a member, you can watch that quiz live. If you're not a member, you will start to see some shorts coming out from that quiz very soon. So, yeah, 57 responses is what we've had there so far. Also, we've got Joe that asked a question. We should go back to that. So, Natida said, bring a yeet sign. Nick said, get a refund if you've paid. If not, don't forget those prices. Okay. Nick saying maybe get a refund. Metal Mama said, can we agree that we prefer the start time of an hour earlier like we have been the last few weeks? It doesn't really make a difference to me, to be honest. So I'm happy to go with whatever. I don't mind how it was. I don't mind how it is. The hour difference doesn't make a massive difference to me. But I didn't mind it. I mean, it gave me a bit more time afterwards. That was kind of nice. So yeah, either for me. So Joe, at the moment, it's a yeet sign that people are recommending. Right, Daze, TNA Bound for Glory starts at 12 a.m. on Sunday. Most likely there will be a pre-show, but there's not one up yet. Well, we're going to do that show on Sunday. So Saturday we're doing Crown Jewel, and Sunday great. I mean, if it was up against Crown Jewel, of course we would do Crown Jewel. But thankfully it's on a Sunday. I mean, Leon Slater against Javon Evans. I think people are so excited for that match. I'm so excited for that match. Really looking forward to that. I think, is it not Trick against Santana on that as well? So the card actually looks really good for Bound for Glory. I think they've done a brilliant job of putting a really interesting card together. So, yes, we will be here for that. If there is a pre-show, we'll watch it. If not, we'll check out, we'll just chat, whatever. But, yeah, we'll be around. It's going to be a big weekend for wrestling this weekend. Obviously, we got Crown Jewel, which is going to be early on Saturday. And then, as you said, I think, yeah, it is Trick Santana. What? Do you know what? I'm going to be rooting Santana on that. I have so enjoyed his matches. Wasn't it Trick Santana that we saw on NXT that was so good? Such a great match. He's the leader as well of that TNA team. He's in such a good place right now. Really big fan of Mike Santana. Really do enjoy his work. So, I mean, that match should bang. That should be really fun. And, of course, as we said, we've got Hardys against Dudleys one last time. That'll bring back some nostalgia, won't it? That'll kind of hit us in the feels. I just hope that it works. I hope it's not going to be, really full of botches and all of that. I hope it's just going to be a really, really great match. So, I'm sure it will. But, obviously, we are dealing with, the Dudleys. I mean, Devon's had big health issues. Bubba doesn't compete all that often. I just hope that it's still got the magic, But Hardys Dudleys looks great. Leon against Javon could be a match of the year. Trick against Santana we saw in NXT. It was amazing. Genuinely, I think this is the best looking TNA card I might have ever seen. I will admit, though, I have not paid TNA a great deal of attention throughout the years. So, people will be like, no, go back to when AJ was there and Hogan and Kurt Angle. And, I'm not here for those conversations. I'm all ready to put my hands up and say, no, I was not a viewer at that time. So I'm sure there are better cards. But of the ones that I've seen in recent years, this one looks fantastic. So to me, I mean, their ticket sales look to be really good. And, they're trying to negotiate a new TV deal right now. WWE seem to be kind of helping them out with that as well. And I've just read, actually, before we went live, that TNA are expected to use the Performance Center in November, which is going to be brilliant for them because I'm guessing they either are not going to have to pay, or if they are paying, it's going to be a tiny amount of money. So financially, that's going to be great for them to have a venue to actually do some of their shows in where they're not going to have to worry about paying too much money, because I'm sure WWE have looked after them. So, it's nice as an NXT fan to sit here and see that, yes, there are benefits to this partnership for TNA. We keep saying that I think there is, but to actually sit here and go, well, look, there's this, it's good. I think it's good. I think that Bound for Glory is going to do really well this weekend. I think, obviously, the showdown on Tuesday is going to massively help. And I'm sure they'll use that showdown to promote Bound for Glory. They'll use tomorrow. Because don't forget, it's a massive NXT tomorrow. It's NXT versus TNA. So it's a massive, massive show. They've done it on purpose because they knew that AEW was going to be competing against them. It is a battle for ratings tomorrow. And obviously we know where we'll be, or I know where I'll be. I'm looking forward to it. Even though they have made some very questionable decisions, NXT has still been great in 2025, and I've not got any doubt it'll be great tomorrow. Daze, do we think that we'll get Roman and Punk against Braun and Bronson, said Kyle. Well, it was a theory that was doing the rounds, but the streets are saying Bronson, Roman, and that a stipulation is going to be added. That's what I think it was Dave Meltzer that was saying. That was being aggregated by wrestle purists. So I do trust that when they say something like that, they've got it from the original source. So yes, I'm expecting that, but we know that Dave's been swinging and missing in 2025. Okay, here we go then. We're about to get underway. That's 2 hours of chatting. We covered a lot of topics there. We went into a bit of detail about quite a few different bits and bobs. Most of it concerning. But it's time for Raw. Let's see what they've got for us. The final Raw before Crown Jewel. It all goes down tonight. I've never seen him do that. Triple H putting a Raw little preview out. Please watch. Our ratings are really bad. Please tune in. This is happening. Fair play. Okay, we are inside the arena. I've got no commentary. It could be me, though. Is there commentary? Ah, there he is. There he is. There's a bit of Joe. Right, we are droning our way around. Rishon said, I love Lyra Valkyria. Okay, here's a look back to last week's Raw. Days TNA is benefiting. The ticket sales are great. The wrestlers are getting a lot of exposure. It does feel like it's a hot promotion rather than cold, says Big Time. I think that's very fair. Dark Knight said, please don't blame Days for what was spoke about pre-stream. It was all scripted by AI. That is true. Days has actually been replaced. I'm not even Days. Even I'm AI right now. David said they are talking. It's just quite quiet. Tony said Tessa was hoped to be involved. Well, she isn't. I'd be surprised if she shows. She could. I expect her at Bound for Glory, but didn't she pop up at CMLL? I saw her chatting in CMLL, so it looks like she might be spending some time there. But maybe she's going to do both, you know. Cornstalker said the internet in my trailer park went out, so I'm going to have to rely on you lot to keep me updated. Cornstalker, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm sorry to hear that. Well, we will keep you updated. Right now, we've just got a video package. So right now, we're just looking back at what went down last week. Roman Reigns return, and we know that Roman is going to be opening up the show. Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns. Right there, cheering and chanting for Roman. Here we go. Here we go. Arms in the air, people acknowledging as Roman Reigns is about to kickstart the show. Music playing, OTC signs. We're just seeing loads of wands in the air, and there he is. Roman comes out. He's got his OTC wand shirt on. Maybe slightly new design with some stars kind of dotted around. Looks like a slightly new design for a shirt. Nothing drastic. Just looks like it's got a few stars behind it. Okay, Roman making his way down. People are putting up the wands. TJF has fallen asleep. Okay, Roman making his way down to the ring. What is Roman gonna say? Sign in the crowds. Said, it's my 16th birthday today. OTC, 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 OTC. Roman is on the edge of the ring. Dun na 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 dun 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 na 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 na. Okay, the crowd are red hot, mate. The crowd are really excited to see Roman. Lots of acknowledging going on. Roman gets in the ring. Sign in the crowd said Meltzer fears facts. And it's big as well. Meltzer fears facts. He is scared of them. He runs away from them. Roman looking cool, calm, collected. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. OTC. 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 Let's see what he's got to say. Dun 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 dun. Are we getting a match for Crown Jewel? Yeah, I'm expecting something. So, right, 5 minutes in. So far, we have had an entrance for Roman. Roman in the ring. Crowd are singing away. Roman Reigns. Okay, so the crowd is singing. Roman's just looking out at the crowd. He's got a little smile on his face. He's taking a moment. He's taking his time. He's drinking it in the words of Jericho. Bring Paige home sign. Bring Paige home. More OTC chants, Roman. What, 8 minutes in? There we go. Dallas, Texas. Acknowledge me. Dallas, Texas. Acknowledge me. Now, it's been interrupted, mate. It's been interrupted. Please no, Paige, said Alex. Johnny said, this crowd paid money to do karaoke instead of just wanting the stars to put on a show. Well, here's Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed has come out by himself. He does have Heyman, but there's no Seth. There's no Braun. So it does feel like maybe Bronson Roman singles match, but with a stipulation. It does feel like that could be the direction of travel. Heyman looking over at Bronson. Bronson doesn't have a microphone. Heyman does. Heyman just letting it breathe. It's all so slow, isn't it? Everything's so slow. Well, like nearly 10 minutes in so far, we've just had Roman and Bronson come out. That's it. Even Roman's like, you're just out here to stare at me. I don't know. Crowd boo. I don't know who's been wise manning you since you broke my heart. You've ruined the whole shtick. I don't know who's been wise manning you since you broke my heart, but you've ruined the whole shtick. Acknowledge your tribal thief, says Heyman, and the crowd boo. I mean, we've already done this match, haven't we? It's really hard to go back to it. They do need a stipulation if we're going to rerun it. You know you fear him, and well, you should. Yeah, but he got beaten after. Heyman's saying, never have you been beaten so bad as you was. Not once in your career. Did a man lay a beating on you? So Heyman's saying, look, you was put on a stretcher. That's never happened to you before. Okay. It's a good angle to go with. If we're running this match back, then you've got to try and make it as compelling as possible. I do find Bronson more compelling than Bron, honestly. I find this is more interesting to me. Loud boos for Bronson. So he's saying that all of your relatives were never stretchered out, but you got stretchered out. Do we think that we could get a last man standing match? Yeah, Connor, we could. We could. You didn't know my father or uncle, but the dumbass next to you did. That's a great line. Oof. What do you think my dad would say? Wow, Roman actually talking about his dads. Okay, Roman wants to go now. Big Bronson Reed in the entranceway, and Heyman's like, no, no. It's a trap. You do this on your time. The wise man giving some wise advice. It's going to be Crown Jewel. Yeah, but that's probably wise in all fairness. I'm levels above you, says Roman. Oh, look at Heyman's face. Whatever fashion you want to do it. So, Crown Jewel stipulation. Here we go. Crowd are chanting OTC. And we've got Roman Reigns chants, of course. Nice. Yep. Yep. There it is. Crown Jewel. Last man standing. Ooh. Yeah. Whoa! Yes! An Australian street fight. Roman said too easy. I accept. So there we go. The match is made. Heyman says bye to everyone. We walk away. An Ooh. Ooh. Oh, they walked in like tough guys, but they seem to be walking out like a couple of... Look, Heyman's going to surely stop him. Heyman, no, he gets on the edge of the ring. We're going at it. Beat down. Here we go. They're brawling away. Roman to the outsides. So we've got Bronson, we got Roman. They're going to be going face to face this Saturday. An Australian street fight Superman punch. It sends Big Bronson Reed into the timekeeper's area. The table's being stripped. Oh, man, did you see that guy in the front row? It was like, yeah! Nah, security have come down. So, yeah, a match has been made. A match has been added. Roman going back after Bronson. We're going at it. It's a good match, honestly. I think they've done a really good job of kind of building it back up. Boom! Another Superman! Gods. The aura of Roman Reigns. It has got to be studied. It's got to be studied. Oh, my God. Look at these shots. Look at these scenes. Mate. That's a great way to end this opening segment. They just took me from, you know, there was rumors that we were going to get this match being added to Crown Jewel. And I was like, we've seen it before. It was good, but you're going to need to do a bit of work to really grab me. They did a brilliant job with that. I'm all in on this. An Australian street fight. Roman Bronson. Should be good, man. CM Punk in the house as well. Gonna have to see what he's got to say later on in the show. CM Punk. He's got a shirt that says Lambrini Girls, which I don't quite understand. I'm guessing that's a band, maybe. We got Lola. We got Lyra. Here's EO. Joe says you can see it on her face. Betrayed. Lots happening in the background there, isn't there? Yeah, we're just looking at last week with the Kabuki Warriors and everything. Yeah, I like that. Genuinely, I think that's a good open. It's very slow to start with, though. I would like for us to get to it a bit quicker than we do. I understand we have to do the entrances and all of that, but I think actually, you know, them talking about how he got messed up and took out on a stretcher, and then talking about how Bronson got recruited because of how dangerous he was in Australian street fights, and it being in Australia where Bronson's from. Okay, make the match. Okay, we got Asuka, we got Adam Pearce. Okay, I think Asuka wants a match with Io. Okay, here's Kyrie. Oh, she's put Kyrie in the match. I don't want to fight Io. Asuka slap Kyrie? Good girl, good girl. You'd better win. Mate. That was amazing. That was brilliant. That was like sometimes Kyrie like overreacts with when she gets called, like she makes a big. Everything there was just like genuine desperation. Please don't put me in the match. I can still bring her back. Asuka slapped her. Kyrie was like shocked by it. She agreed to it. Asuka's like, good girl, good girl. I mean, it was dark. It was gritty. It was Did AI write that? That doesn't feel like the kind of thing WWE's been putting out there. It felt too good. That's AI. That was AI. That was definitely AI. I know AI when I see it. Right, coming up next, Becky takes on Maxxine Dupri. Gods, that was so good. Asuka is gold. Tony Storm Asuka would be like WrestleMania levels, said Canna. Really enjoyed it. Okay, so Becky is in the ring. Now we know the 5 matches announced for Crown Jewel. Cena, AJ, Asuka, and Kyrie versus Rhea and Io. Tiffany against Stephanie, Seth Cody, Roman Bronson. Okay, so we've got Becky. She's in the ring. She's made her way down. She's waiting for Maxxine. We're about to get underway with match number 1. We're 20-odd minutes in. There's a sign in the crowd that says Sports Illustrated number 1, and then it's got a picture of Maxxine Dupri. Lol. Okay, here comes Maxxine coming out to the Alpha Academy music. It'll be interesting, actually, to see where she is, because I really don't know where she is with her training. I know she trains a lot, but no idea as to where she is right now with her abilities. She's been on the main roster a couple of years. She's, been doing a bit of training with Natalia, so Maxxine getting in. Days, the morning at LAX, Charlotte flew out, saw Sheamus and Drew, says Dark Angel. Dark Angel, shout out to you. Okay, Maxxine versus Becky. Okay, this, I think, is just going to be a bit of a showcase, isn't it? It's just going to be a little bit of a showcase for Maxxine. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense to have Maxxine just get destroyed here. Okay, they're just promoting this weekend. We're back from commercial break. Okay, we're going back to the match. Days, the amount of aura that someone like Cena has is too big, but not as big as the aura Days has, said Hannah. Realistically, is there any mid-card talent that have big aura? Becky. Becky's in the mid-card, isn't she, at the moment? She's a mid-card champion. Jacob. I mean, Jacob's in the mid-cards. I think you've got, like, some NXT talent that have got great aura, like Oba as well. I think there's people with aura dotted throughout the cards. I mean, if Becky comes walking out at WrestleMania and she's in a good story, she's one of their biggest female stars, but she's a mid-card champ at the moment. Okay. Bell has sounded, and we're about to get underway. Becky locking up with Maxxine. Maxxine getting driven back to the corner. Becky over in the corner. Referee coming in. Becky pushing Maxxine back. Maxxine pushes Becky back. So Becky pushes Maxxine, and Maxxine pushes Becky back. There's a takeover there by Maxxine, and Becky gets back up. She grabs the hair of Maxxine. Do you know, I think that wrestlers like Becky can actually do a bit of a disservice to people like Maxxine by bumping too much. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the early stages, like, Becky has already been pushed back. She's already been taken over. And we're only, like, less than a minute into the match. Like, I sort of feel like if you make the other wrestler look good from the very beginning and make them look good consistently throughout the match, it just feels really forced. And it feels really fake. And it just feels like you're giving them too much, really. It kind of stops being realistic. I think it's better if, like, the wrestler looks good and strong, the one that should, the one you expect. But then the other wrestler gets, like, a moment, you know? And, like, you know, they're trying to build on it. And, like, I think that's more believable. So we'll have to see how it goes. That's the kind of thing that we're looking out for. Right now, Becky back in control. Okay, Maxxine over against the ropes. Becky going over, looking out at the crowd. Crowd are booing away. Becky coming in, grabbing a hold of Maxxine. Over in the corner. Becky, I'm amazed they're putting this out first. I mean, they're putting this out first, and that to me means that we are Really going to give this some time. Thez press there by Maxxine. Maxxine throwing down some shots on Becky. That drop kick looked awful by Maxxine. Yeah, a drop kick that didn't find the target. It found a target. She kind of drop kicked her leg. Triple H doesn't like Roman and loves Seth, said Jack. Becky sold that drop kick, said Dark Angel. She did. I mean, Becky's going to try and do whatever she can here to make Maxxine look good. Bexploder into the barricade there by Becky. And looks like another commercial break. How long has Maxxine been with the company? She is still green, said Dark Angel. Well, to be honest, I feel sorry for Maxxine. I feel sorry for her because I don't think she asked to get called up, but she got called up as a part of like Maximum Male Models. Really, she needs to just go to NXT. She needs to just be, in the system at the Performance Center. I mean, we have took someone that's not ready for this stage and we've put them on the main roster and I don't really understand why. It's not her fault, I mean, we've done it to her. So it's like, I don't know. She can just, all she can do is try and learn and just do the best that she can do. It's a massive opportunity, but I think that people recognize that, she's been put in this position. She's very well liked behind the scenes. Throw there by Becky. I think she is like a nice person. Not that it makes any difference, but I think she is a nice person, a good person. Right now, Becky is listening out. Elbow coming in. And again. Those shots look horrible by Maxxine. They look like they were missing by a mile. Right now we got Becky. Maxxine going for the cover to kick out there by Maxxine. Why would you put this as your opening match? I don't get that. I don't understand that. I don't understand why you make it the opening match. Becky has got a headlock applied. Down goes Maxxine. Let's go down. This is horrendous, said James. They need to put her in Evolve, said Kader. Maxxine gets out of the way in the corner. Charges in. Becky goes up. Tries to kick out at Maxxine. Becky in the middle. Backslide. Backslide by Maxxine. No joy. Double clothesline. Both women go down. Why is this so long? It's the first match, isn't it? I mean, the opening match, they tend to give it a bit of time. I can only imagine that they are pleased with what they've seen of Maxxine behind the scenes. And they're like, yeah, let's show everyone what she can do. Let's show everyone how good she is now. But, some of these moments, the shots have not looked brilliant. The drop kick was a bit off as well. There was a bit of confusion at one point also with a spot where I think Becky was trying to pick her up and they just kind of lost their way a little bit. The rest of it's been okay, pretty basic stuff. Crowd are invested, crowd are involved. But even Becky just missed with that back kick there. Becky going over against the ropes. Knee coming in there by Maxxine. Down goes Becky. Another clothesline as well. Maxxine against the ropes. Another knee to the side of the head. Splash into the corner. I mean, what Maxxine is bringing is a bit of energy. Suplex. Kip up. Straps coming down by Maxxine. This sequence is, I think, what they were hoping to showcase. Becky, though, looks like she might be shutting it down. Maxxine going into her ankle lock. Right now, we got Becky trying to get over to the ropes. I feel like that sequence has saved the match a bit. I think that was good from Maxxine. She was fully committed. Nothing too difficult in there, but I mean, she was fully committed to that sequence. She definitely had the crowd kind of with her as well. I like the straps coming down. That's good. The ankle lock is a good move for her to have as well. Shots coming down there by Becky. Those shots, some of them look a bit off. I don't know if we don't just have the wrong camera angle, honestly. I don't know if maybe we're just a bit too focused. 1, 2, kick out. Joe said, Maxxine is well liked and gorgeous. That's what's saving her, says Joe. Joe, shout out to you, buds. Commentators obviously working overtime, trying to put over what Maxxine has achieved so far. Wade Barrett saying they were not expecting any of this tonight. Maxxine with a shot there. Daze, do we think Tony could ever get to the level she's at with AEW but with WWE? Well, I would think so. If we did the Timeless character, I can't see why it wouldn't have worked. I think it's a great character. I think it would have worked. I would think it would have worked in WWE. I don't think she would have got to the level she was at unless she became Timeless, you know. Becky looking for the armbar. Okay, Becky's got the armbar. Maxxine is reversing into a pin. Now she's trying to grab the leg again. Again, roll over there by Becky. Kick out there by Maxxine. Went for a manhandle. No joy. Suplex there by Maxxine. Back kick, spinning back kick there by Maxxine. 1, 2. Kick out there by Becky. Crowd are into it. Commentators are into it. I think, actually, since that sequence, I think the match has really improved. A little sloppy botchy in the early stages. 1, 2. Oh, kick out there by Maxxine. Becky arguing with the ref. Roll up there by Maxxine. 1, 2. She's using the ropes. Maxxine tried to use the ropes. Why did Maxxine try to use the ropes? Why did she try to cheat? Maxxine goes to the outsides. Why did she try to cheat? I don't quite understand that. Maxxine going into the commentary table. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." The live crowd have been invested all throughout. Maxxine going into the barricades. Becky with Maxxine into the barricade again. Becky gets back in the ring. Jadam said Maxxine is putting in the work tonight. Jay James said, when did Maxxine turn into Prime Kurt Angle? Dark Angel said, I thought they were saying this is awful. Into the ring steps. into the Prime hydration station. And Becky using that large Prime bottle as a weapon. Vicious. Maxxine into the edge of the ring. Right now we've got, well, I don't know what Becky's doing. What's Becky doing? Becky going to the outsides. Maxxine face first into the commentary table. It's long, isn't it? Blimey now. I keep waiting for it to end. That should have been a DQ. She used a prop, said Harith. Jay said, the match isn't anything special, but it might be the best match from Maxxine. Becky ends up getting counted out there. Becky was messing around, so Maxxine ends up getting the win. There we go, Maxxine with a dub. Let's see what you lot thought. So Maxxine wins by count out. Maxxine mechanics are underdeveloped, although she's got considerably more comfortable as it went on. She's way off and needs a few more reps. Becky is a voodoo magician for being able to pull that off. Well, do you know what? I think this is going to be a really interesting match to score, genuinely. I think that the crowd were really into it. Commentators could not have done more to have put it over. I think there are some nice sequences that are in there. I think it does kind of find its feet as we get towards, like, you know, the middle and end of the match. I don't think that's a disaster at all. I think it started as a bit of a disaster, but I think it very much found its way. Perhaps it needed that amount of time to deliver what it ended up delivering. Okay, this is Roman and Jay. Okay, what's Jimmy gonna say? Here we go. What? He knows Jimmy doesn't like it? Oh, mates. Mates. That felt like a huge moment there. That gave us a real insight into their relationships. He knows that Jimmy is not a fan of the advice. Mate. That felt like it was a pretty big moment. It feels like it could have, obviously, you know, more of those types of moments. Also, what does that mean for Jay? Okay, we're just seeing Becky and Lyra now. This show is, I don't think, going to give us too much time to wait around. We're going straight into the next bit. Right, Daze. Honestly, I think Maxxine in the match was doing all right. It's definitely one of her best matches. She is getting better. I don't see why she gets the hate that she gets, says Opala. Wrestler Andy said, Daze, has Nikki Bella return been an L? I don't know, because I don't know what they were hoping to get out of it. I don't think so. I think she kind of came back. We did a few bits with her. I think she's at the point in her career where we just kind of bring her in. You know, it's a familiar face. I don't think there's much to judge. It's just been there, hasn't it, really? I mean, could it have been bigger, better? Sure. I don't know that WWE were really looking for anything bigger or more. Right. Could feel the tension between Roman and Jimmy. Roman's Hollywood acting is paying off a bit, said Jen Shazam. Yeah, I mean, them standing there, you just didn't know, was Jimmy going to say something? Was Roman going to say something? Like, who was going to talk? I kind of feel like that silence was a lovely length. It was just a nice amount where you were kind of like, oh, is this going to be, who's going to talk? Who's going to say what? You know, Roman's just been giving some great advice to Jay. He didn't give great advice to Jimmy. He turned to Jimmy and he was like, what's the problem? It's really good. It's really compelling. I like what we're getting from Roman and now Jay, but Big Jim not looking happy. Okay, Lyra making her way down. We're going to be doing our next match. Respect to the dude in the throwback Cena cancer merch. It's fire, said Alex. Lyra is interacting with a young fan. Okay, here is Roxanne. David said, I made a mistake of watching Crown Jewel 2018 all the way through. It's about 4 hours I will never get back, said David. Yeah, I don't think any of those old Saudi shows are worth watching, to be honest. Unless you want to have a good laugh at some of the bad matches and awkward moments. Okay, so Roxanne is making her way down to the ring with Raquel. We're going to be underway with match number 2 very, very soon. Keep getting your votes in because, honestly, I think there's a lot of opinion for that opening match. I was surprised they gave it the amount of time that they gave it. I was surprised it was the first match. I think it was a bit off at the start, but I do think it finds its way. The crowd were chanting, "This is awesome." So I just want to get a real honest reaction from the community. What did you think about that opening match? Make sure you're voting. We're at 282. I don't normally ask for more votes, but I really want to make sure we've got a good read of this one. I will obviously talk about it in the talking points video that we do after. So I want to make sure that we've got a good read of what the community have said. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Days Roxanne and Raquel have not had a televised entrance since July. For whatever reason, WWE has their entrance relegated to commercial. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't noticed, to be honest. I don't really pay attention to when we're at commercial or when we're back. My pen is dead. If I'm going to write down these match scores, I'm going to need to do it on here. Days, when do we see Kairi Asuka splitting up? Well, I don't know. I mean, it feels like it's getting closer, doesn't it? It feels like it's getting closer. Becky versus Maxxine. I mean, there's every chance they're planting the seed now, because if they lose this weekend, we could see them split this weekend. I still think there's more that can be done here. Okay, here we go then. Lyra against Maxxine. There does look like there might be another botched pin in that match, you know. Okay, let's change this over. This is Lyra versus Roxanne. This should be a really good match, actually. Really looking forward to this because I think both of these are great talents from NXT, fairly recently from NXT. Roxanne, of course, more recently. Roxanne trying to go against the ropes. Lyra takes her down. There we go. EO against Kyrie has been made official. That is happening. We got a graphic on screen right now. Lyra working on the arm of Roxanne. But it was super close pinfall. Her hand did just hit the mat. But you know what, though? I will take that. You're not going to get a complaint out of me because the ref actually counted and went for the 3. And yeah, everyone knows. I mean, like, I thought what happened on SmackDown was a disgrace. Where the ref, like, refused to count the 3. Just one of the worst botches I've seen in a long, long time. So the fact that Jess actually counted the 3, even if it is so close, maybe I'll still take that. If the ref says no, it wasn't, and believes it wasn't, I'll take that. I'll take that over the ref just swiping and not counting it. So, I mean, it's so close that it's still debatable. It's still, I mean, you'd have to get the clip and break it down frame by frame. And I think if you go into that level of detail, then, you know, you've probably already lost the argument, to be honest. But we can have a look at it in the Talking Points video. Right now, we got Lyra over in the corner. And Roxanne stomping down on Lyra's arm. So Lyra goes to the outside. As I think we go to commercial break again. I feel like we're hitting a real commercial break period now. Right, Rumble 26 winners, I think, will be Roxanne and CM Punk, said Rashawn. Nice. Tony has come in, said that before. It's fantasy booking. Sick Horror Kingdom said, Daze, remember Friday? I was asking why the vision was working and why no one cares. Why the vision isn't working and no one cares. I feel like that gets spoke about on every stream, to be honest, but I feel like that's a pretty major, consistent topic of conversation at the moment. Roxanne, again, working on the arm of Lyra. And Roxanne stomps down onto the arm there of Lyra. Roxanne going for the cover to... No, Joy. Lyra, Kyrie confirmed tonight. Yes. Does Bailey come out? She's already out. She's at ringside, but she came down and she's with Lyra in her corner. I mean, right now she's trying to get the crowd fired up, Bailey. Lyra over against the ropes. Let's end this so we don't have any confusion. I've asked. We got some extra votes. This is how the scores are. So that opening match has come out as good 91%, which is quite low, actually. I thought there would be a bit more praise for it than that. But that is an accurate reading from you lot. We had how many? 323 votes. 323 votes. And it's come out as good 91%. Is that fair? Is that unfair? People can debate. Shot coming in there by Lyra. Over the other side. Gen's got the arm. Armbar DDT by Roxanne. Into a crossface. So Roxanne in control as we come back from commercial break. Daisy, you're doing 2 watch-alongs on Friday. I think that is the current plan, yes. Do one live for when it is live on Netflix and then do it later for when it is on USA Network. The only problem I've got is that on USA Network, it'll finish at about, 3 o'clock? I think the Crown Jewel... starts... I think, is it 1 p.m? So I'll have to start, I don't know. There will be a bit of a gap in between the two, but it's a weird, 5-hour gap. It's a bit weird. So watching the taped version airing in America means that there will be a bit of a gap between the streams, but it's a weird amount. To be honest, though, by the time I've actually done, I don't know. It's really weird. I was going to say, by the time I've done Unseen and the Talking Points video and all of that, but... Oh, lovely work. Lovely suplex there by Lyra. Kick out by Roxanne. We'll have to see. Yes, I will do too. But I still haven't got my head around my schedule for Friday yet. It's really weird, isn't it? She should never do that move again when she... dies, said Tony. The tape SmackDown starts 10 hours before Crown Jewel pre-show. Yeah, so by the time that... Hang on, if it starts 10 hours before the pre-show. That doesn't feel right. Doesn't Crown Jewel start at 8 a.m. American time? And doesn't the show finish... Oh, maybe it is right. See, it's so hard for me because I'm having to try and think about Eastern time, Australian time, and UK time. I'm having to think about 3 different time zones. And if a show starts at a certain point, what does that mean for UK time? It's too hard for me to sit and just try and work out. I need to actually just do it. Get the stream up and sorted. Lyra with a moonsault, lands it. 1, 2. Kick out there by Roxanne. So Bailey on the outside offering some support. Look at Bailey. She's like, here's Raquel. Big boots. Down goes Bailey. Lyra going against the ropes, through the ropes. Down goes Raquel. And Roxanne with a suicide dive into a DDT. Lyra goes back in the ring. Roxanne gets back in the ring. Roxanne against the rope, looking for Pop Rocks. Gets it. Pop Rocks. 1, 2. Roxanne gets it thanks to lots of outside distractions. And it's a win for Roxanne. Let's get match scores for that. So there we go. There's Raquel and Roxanne. Celebrating that victory. And are we going to see Bailey snap? Now that the match is over... Yeah, look, she's doing that. She's angry. Let's go get them, says Bayley. Let's go kick their ass. Bayley with Lyra. They're going to the backstage area. I mean, it very much feels like that's going to have a follow-up. It very much feels like we're going to see some development there. As Bayley grabs Lyra, leads her to the backstage area. I'm glad the Pop Rocks finished that match. Roxanne wasn't just the division's work rate punching bag for once. Okay, right, we're just having a look now. I mean, good, we're just having a little bit of a breather as we look at a video package. I really appreciate the fact we're getting a chance just to catch a breath here. Jordan said, Daze, when are we going to get Liv Morgan back? I think she'll be back next year. I think her injury, from what I heard, she was about halfway through it. So she's expected potentially Rumble. I mean, she could make a bit of a speedy recovery. I don't know if she makes it back for Survivor Series. She could make her presence felt at Survivor Series. But, yeah, largely expecting it to be Rumble. Roxanne is a little bit reckless, said Choco Latte. Previous Australian shows starting at 10 a.m. when I look at the previous showings, said Davids. They keep mentioning Stretcher like 10 times in that opening segment. The match turned out to be a street fight. It was screaming to be a Stretcher match. I can see that thought process. I'm picking up what you're putting down there, but as much as I want to support the stream by joining early on a Saturday, I've got Thanksgiving dinner right after Crown Jewel. I'm going to need as much sleep as possible, said Alex. Alex, I understand that. We'll be here. I mean, I have no expectation when it comes to who's going to be joining us, who's not going to be joining us. I mean, I certainly think from a viewership point of view, it's going to take a bit of a hit. But hey ho, you know, it's one of those. We're over in Australia. It's a little bit weird. It'll just do whatever it does, really. I'm not really worried about it. So if you are around and you want to swing by, share your thoughts, feel free to do that. Obviously, we're live Friday, Saturday, Sunday for TNA as well. Back Monday for Raw. Lots going on. Busy wrestling weekend. We did UFC over the weekend, and a big thank you to everyone that joined us for that. But yeah, we are back to wrestling this weekend. Okay. Days, I've had a lot of dream matches that we want to see, like AJ, Edge, AJ Balor, but the matches weren't great. Is Cena AJ going to under-deliver? Well, I wouldn't go into it expecting an all-time classic. I think if you go into it and are kind of keeping your head, you know, your perspective in check. I mean, this is an AJ Styles that's kind of getting towards the end of his career. He's wrapping it up next year. We've seen that Cena's match quality this year has not been the strongest, but he's had some decent showings. I think it's going to be a good match. I think they're going to do really well. I think it's going to be really enjoyable, but I wouldn't go into it expecting an all-time classic. Okay, here is... look at Dom. Look at Dom's shirt. Okay, we got Finn, JD. Okay, so AJ is looking for a 6-man tag match. Finn, JD, and Dominic against AJ, Dragon Lee, and a mystery partner. I can't get past that Dominic shirt. So Dominic's not worried about who the partner's going to be. There's Punk. Oh, Rusev is arguing with Adam Pearce. CM Punk is next. CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Okay. Right. CM Punk, Rusev arguing with Pearce. Yeah, kind of interesting that. Obviously, that's going to be about his match with Dominic that he had last week. We're just having a look at WrestlePalooza right now. Just having a look at La Primera winning that championship. Is this during commercial break, is it? Yes. So we just got a Stephanie little video package at the moment. When we come back from commercial break, we will have CM Punk. CM Punk. It's a good video package, actually. I will face every battle with honor and respect. I am number one, and this is just the beginning. La Primera. Are we going to talk to her, are we now, or? Okay, Tiffany and Stephanie taking on Kiana and Julia on SmackDown. Still being advertised, of course, for its usual time on USA Network. So for you lot in America, this is still going to air at its usual time. Here's Byron Saxton. They're making a big deal out of who his partner's going to be. Could it be Oba? Could you imagine if he chooses Oba? Imagine that. Okay, so it's just hyping up the fact that CM Punk's about to make his way out. Nico said, honestly, when are they going to have Finn and JD defend those damn titles? Jordan said, I can see Stephanie and Tiffany match, not for me in Crown Jewel. Yeah, that's the one I'm probably least excited about as well. But I am excited for John, and I am excited for Seth and Cody. And I don't mind. I think they did a good job of building up Roman and Big Bronson Reeds. I actually think it looks quite good this weekend. I think the card looks good. It's not the greatest cards ever. We know that, like, champion versus champion, like, doesn't massively mean much, but I don't know. They've done a really good job with Seth and Cody. But yeah, the match probably least excited for is Tiffany and Stephanie. A lot of people are asking, who is going to team? Is it going to be Penta? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Here we go. Well, there we go. It's a good option, isn't it? It's maybe not like the most exciting option on the table, but Penta's a good option. Oh, hello, we got a brawl. We got something happening backstage. Here we go. Bailey and Lyra going after Raquel. I think Roxanne's down as well. There she is. She's back. Bailey going after Roxanne. We got Lyra going after Raquel. We got officials coming in. Yeah, man. I like a good backstage brawl. I'm here for a good backstage brawl. Adam Pearce is livid. Oh, the glasses are off. Well, he's going to have to make a match, isn't he? I don't think we're going to get that this week, but they could certainly put it in place for Raw in Australia. So there we go. Backstage action, backstage brawl. Is that a bull rider? Yeah, he felt like a bull rider. He's called John Crimper. I traded my sister for Raw tickets. Good deal. Hudson Bolton is there as well. Hudson Bolton. Rocker Steiner. The Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are in the house. That was a good cheer for them, actually. Okay, here we go. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. Now, what's he going to say? Because he can't really go after Seth. The world champion bareback rider sounds crazy, said Wrestle Rants. Irish Sam said, what time are you going live Saturday? We've just been talking about that, but it's a bit too difficult to all work out right now because there's Australian time, English time, American time. I just need to sit down and get the stream sorted. So I believe it starts 8 a.m. Eastern time, American time. Obviously, there'll be a countdown show. And obviously, there will be then time even before that. So, yeah, it's gonna be early in America. Okay, here is CM Punk. He's getting a great reaction, as you would imagine. I think what they've done a good job of stacking this show in the sense of, you know, we've gone from this match to that match. Roman opening. Here's Punk. Roman opening the show. Becky in the first match. Punk start in the next hour. I don't actually know what our main event is tonight. It's probably going to be Kyrie against EO. I'm not down on that. I'm not down on that at all. Some personality. The future world champ at WrestleMania 42 said, Rishon. Jennifer said, I know when I caught Aussie Rules football, it was like 2 to 5 a.m. I'm surprised it didn't start till 7. Future Rumble winner, said Rishon. They just showed the start time on the screen 10 minutes ago, said Durham. Corey said, probably the 6-man tag match for main event. Did you see the winners of LFG, Danny and Shiloh Hill? Yeah, I saw they'd won. I don't know much about them. I haven't been watching LFG. I can't tell you if they're worthy winners or whatnot, but I know Shiloh's had a lot of supporters. He did well in season 1. Here's Punk. Here is Punk. You guys are loud, says Punk. You guys like singing? Oh, yeah. I've not been here in a few weeks. I don't know that song. That must be like a local Texas song. Okay. Thank you for that warm welcome back. I'm just waiting to see what he's going to say. Like, obviously, thanks for welcoming me back, blah, blah, blah. Lovely. We're right around the corner from Crown Jewel. You'll see Cody against Seth. Okay. I promised my friend Cody I would keep my nose out of his business. So he's talking about how he's been celebrating with his wife. Because of their victory. CM Punk, Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship, said Rashawn. Days, everyone. I just got home from work, said Nathan. Nathan, shout out to you, buds. Welcome, welcome. CM Punk deserves his World Heavyweight Championship back sign, and Punk points it out. Deserves is the wrong word. Earned is the right words. Oh. CM Punk is better than you. I'm going to become the new world's heavyweight champion. Okay, LA Knight is coming out. LA Knight is coming out. Okay, LA Knight is making his way. Down to the ring. CM Punk is in there. He's gone over to meet him. I don't think he appreciates being interrupted. This is my ring. This is my time. LA Knight still gets in. Okay. Okay. I'm here for this. I'm here for this. LA Knight in the ring. With a microphone. Let me talk to you. LA Knight CM Punk feud, said Connor. I don't know. I'm down for a match. Look in my eyes. What do you see? Somebody who interrupted me. It's a catchy little tune. Okay, so he wants a reign as well. Everyone wants a reign. Daze, CM Punk just said, MJF reference, I'm better than you, and you know it, says Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. You're the creator, the owner. Okay, LA Knight's like, I'm not insulting you, but you're known a bit more for being a husband at the moment. Where's LA Knight going with this? As good as a husband you seem to be, you're a trash champion. You had 5 minutes as world champion. This is not a good promo from LA Knight. Yeah, CM Punk's like, you want to talk to me about being a bad world champion when you've never even been a world champion? And the crowd go, ah. And what can LA Knight say back to that? I mean, LA Knight to me lives and dies on his promos. He lives and dies on his promos. His in-ring action's okay, but it's nothing special. It's his talking ability that makes him stand out. If he's going to get cooked here, this is going to be a bad night at the office for LA Knight. I've never been pinned by Seth, says LA Knight. Okay, Jay's interrupting now. Jay's interrupting. Okay, Jay coming out. Obviously, we know his head is full of Roman advice. Dr. Lucha said, here's Jay. Don't tell me. It's going to be a 4-way contender match. Connor said, does this mean we're going to get LA Knight CM Punk feuds? I think it looks like it's going to get more complicated than that. I think that was a real misstep by LA Knight. There was I don't think anything in there that kind of really grabbed my attention. Okay, Jay's come down. LA Knight set himself up for that one, said Nico. The shirt is so bad that I kind of like it, said Alex. Was it say yeet? What, the Punk one or the yeetin' ain't easy one? Yeetin' ain't easy. Mate, if I wore that, I'd disappear with the flipping green screen. Let's see what Jay's got to say. I'm going to stop you right there. I'm finally thinking clear. I'm the one, says Jay. Okay, so Jay said his next. So LA Knight's like, is this deja vu right now? Your time came and went, says LA Knight. I'm not down on a triple threat between these three. You're not Roman Reigns, and you're not going to be Roman Reigns. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing. Okay, LA Knight getting a bit better here when he's going off on Jay. Okay, Jimmy is coming down now. Jimmy coming down with no music. Oh, bang, Jay. Done talking. Super kick. Down goes LA. Jimmy's in there. This could be interesting. I don't think Punk's in trouble. Yeah. I'm assuming we're cool. You're going to have to get in line behind me. Oh, that's a great line. That's a great line by CM Punk. I love Jey Uso, but I don't like Little Roman. That's a good line. That's interesting. Oh, he went for a super kick. He went for a super kick. If Jimmy wasn't there, bang, we're going at it. Shot coming in there by Punk. Jey goes down. How's Jimmy going to react to that? How's Jimmy going to react to that? That's how he's going to react. Jimmy delivers a super kick. Ah, and he's like, God damn it. I don't think he necessarily wanted to do that, but wow. Lots of moving parts there. Lots of moving parts. I find, you know, it takes us ages to get to somewhere good. I feel like with that Maxxine match, it took us a while to get to, like, a good part of the match. You know, the start was quite slow. I feel like the open where Roman's standing there, Heyman comes out, we're waiting. It was like 8-9 minutes had gone. We still hadn't done anything. But of course, eventually we get to something good. There, we have to go through a load of stuff. Eventually we get to something good. The Becky Maxxine match, rubbish at the start. Eventually it gets to somewhere good. WWE's approach to segments and booking is just, let's just keep going until we find something good. It's the same approach I have with the wrestling escape pods. Let's just keep going until we stumble across something good or entertaining. I kind of think WWE needs to get to the good bits quicker. But I mean, look, my takeaways from that is that I think LA Knight did not do very well against Punk, but did better against Jey. I think, you know, the stuff at the end with Punk and Jey and Jimmy was easily the best, most compelling stuff. I think that's another very interesting story that we're going to watch kind of unfold and develop. Yeah, I'm honestly, low-key, I'm here for it. One thing I can say is if you miss this episode of Raw, I think you've really missed some stuff. I feel like there are stories that are progressing. I think there are things that you need to know. Right now we got an EO promo. WrestleRant said that segment, it just exploded at the end. Maybe next week we get Usos against Punk and LA Knight, said Leo. I think there's a lot of things that are on the table as possibilities, yeah. Right, EO's coming out, so it looks like we're going to that match now. We got half an hour left. I don't know what that means time-wise. Is this our main event? Maybe not. No. I mean, we would normally get to we have an overrun, don't we, of like half an hour, so... We've still got the AJ thing to do, haven't we? So does that mean the 6-man tag's going to be the main event? Okay, EO coming down to the ring. Yeah, feel free to get in your thoughts about what we just witnessed. We're seeing some really good development with that Jimmy, Jey, Roman, now Punk's involved, LA Knight's involved. I think we're seeing some really good developments with all of that. Connor said Asuka told Kyrie that she needs to win against EO. The LA Knight good husband bit was a bit of an odd segue, said Restaurants. I think you're right. I think that was actually a mistake on his part to say that. I think if ever you say something and then you've got to immediately clarify what you mean. That's obviously not a good position to be in. You know, when he said, like, you're known as being a bit more of a husband than you are as being the guy that dropped the pipe bomb. And of course, Punk could turn around and go, is that a bad thing? And LA Knight was like, no, don't get me wrong. I think as soon as you got to do that, as soon as you got to say to the crowd, listen, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's amazing being there for your party. Mate, you've just took a couple of steps back there. Do you know what I mean? All of a sudden, you're in like you're having a little bit retreating. You're a little bit having to explain. You're not coming from a position of power at that point. Unless you've got a really damn good kill shot that's going to come, like, you know, that makes the crowd go, oh, that can kind of follow it up, which he didn't. I agree. I think that was a mistake to have kind of put that in there. LA Knight needs to focus during the promos or use the script or something, said let him in. Hannah said, I gotta say, the story is getting a bit intense. It can go anywhere from here. So many facets. All eyes on Jey Uso. It's excellent booking. Well, it's very creative. It's very creative. It really does have me... I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's so hard to get your head around where it could go, because it can go so many directions. I mean, how does Jey feel about this? How does Jey feel after that Roman conversation earlier? Is he going to stand by Jey? Is Jimmy and Jey going to split? Are they going to stay united? Is Jimmy turning heel with Jey? They're not heel at the moment, but Jey feels like he's straying a bit more into being a heel. I mean, I feel like there's so much to talk about that it's actually a little overwhelming. In the sense of, how do you even have a conversation about it? Because if you're going to sit there and go, that could happen, 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 that, like, I mean, normally it's like, oh, well, it could go this way or this way. But I feel like with this story, there's like so many different avenues we can go down. Little Roman. That was a good line by Punk. Little Roman. Yeah, Adam, Little Roman. Poor Kyrie is in an abusive friendship. She is. So, Kyrie up next. Okay, Usos against CM Punk LA Knight tonight? Tonight? Blimey now. We've only got less than an hour. We've only got 50 minutes left. Imagine making a match where you've only got 50 minutes left in the show. Blimey now. Okay, Kyrie has made her way down. Io against Kyrie. Kyrie does not want this match. She's being forced into this match. Okay, right now, Io goes straight to the outside, goes after Asuka. Io doesn't want Kyrie. She wants Asuka. Kyrie grabs Io. Kyrie grabs Io. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Bella sounded. Kyrie spinning back fists. Kick coming in there by Kyrie. Oh, Kyrie backs away. Nice takedown. Shots coming in there by Kyrie. And into the corner goes Io. Kyrie shakes her head. She's got to focus here. Go up to the outside. Io chants. Crowder with Io. I'm with Kyrie. I'm not with Io. Io's fine. She'll cope. Kyrie jumps over Io. Mate, this match, we're only going to get a taste here, really. But this match could really bang, couldn't it? Nice, lovely. Look at that. Oh, flip over there by Io. Mate. Asuka on the outsides. Oh, Kyrie and Io both go for a drop kick at the same time in a spot that you really don't see that often. You don't see that spot very often. Right now, we have got both women back up on their feet. Asuka having a few words there, telling her to go after Io, take the initiative. Clothesline, misses, over, against the ropes. Yep, cartwheel, backflip, drop kick, down goes Kairi. Kairi rolls to the outsides. Io is good to go, ready to go. Io on that middle rope. Bah, to the outsides. Asuka watching on. She can't believe that Io is getting the better of Kairi at the moment, but she is. As we go to commercial break, very good. Fun. They haven't announced, they didn't announce the match for tonight, did they? I believe they just did, yeah. I believe they just did. Alex said, I love that Daze loving Io's knees is now a running joke, said Alex. She's got them covered up now. So all you perverts are missing out. Oh, into the edge of the ring goes Io. Andy said, there's going to be so many greats from this generation that have never won a world title. Who do we think the best ever is? I would say Owen Hart. I don't know. Roddy Piper comes to mind, first of all. Oh, mate. Io just went hard into the edge of the ring. Io's down. Referee Jess is just checking on Io. She just hit really hard on the edge of the ring there. She just hit really hard. So look at this. Alabama slam. Oh, it's like, it's the neck back of their heads. Alabama slam onto the edge of the ring. Oh, I thought she'd just missed the rope there. But actually she hadn't. Io was right underneath her on the edge of the ring. Is this all happening during the commercial break? It is. Plummet hell. Some of the best moments in this match have gone down during the commercial break. Kairi is, she's got a real choke on here, so sleeper holds being applied to Io. Io's gone over to the rope. She's grabbed the rope. Kairi keeping the hold on. Both women are going to the outside. Kairi comes over. She's going for a chop coming in. Io chance breakout. Io chance breakout. Another chop again there by Kairi. She's really laying it in. Really laying it in. Look at that sign in the crowd. That's great. It's cartoon Asuka and Kairi. And it says, Kairi! That sign looks great. Kick coming in. Kairi in control at the moment. I feel like Io's going to get the win, of course. Right now, looking for picking her up, looking to slam her down. She does. Picking her up, looking to slam her down again. The fact that Jake didn't win a singles championship blows me away, said Alex. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Back from commercial break. WrestleMan said, of course it's during commercials. WWE wouldn't have it any other way. Io was saying during her video package, we are not family anymore. We are not family anymore. Obviously, at the start of this match, she went straight out there, went straight after Asuka. Io is trying to get back into the match. Charges over. Big boot there by Kairi. Imagine the photo shoot with Damien. Daze, will there be a second SmackDown stream? Yes, I believe there will, yes. Io goes down. Rhea Ripley is in Australia at the moment.
So she can't come to help Io out. Lovely. Shot coming in there by Kairi. Kairi back in control. We got Fireflies out. Oh, they just showed a replay of Io smacking her head off the edge of the ring. Right now, nice. It's like a wall. She's got like a walls. Oh, she actually... stomp coming in there by Io. I don't know if that was a Kairi mistake. She actually had like a Walls of Jericho on, but she kind of leant back so much she lost her balance. I really can't tell if that was a mistake or not. Right now we got Io getting up to her feet. Kairi on her feet. Oh, open palm strike down. Down she goes. Oh. Flapjack. Kick coming in. Right now, we got Io going over to the corner, going up to the outside. Kairi comes over. Shot coming in there by Io. It's a very watchable match, this, you know. Very watchable. Really, really good. Io perched. Bang! Kip up there. Roll. Flip over. Lovely work. She's trying to get the crowds fired up. Io charging in, coming in, double knees. Kairi moves out the way. Kairi moves out the way. You can hear Asuka screaming for Kairi to find a way back into this match. Lovely bridge to... Oh! Close, mate. Let's go, said Nico. Let's go. Kairi Sane doing her emote. Right now we got... Oh, Kairi lands on her feet. Big shot coming in. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Blimey now. On we go. On the match continues. Right now, Kairi has got Io up. Alabama Slam again. Kairi's knee pad has slipped down. We're getting a little bit more knee action. Just a little bit more. That right knee is exposed. She's got another little knee pad on underneath, though, so that's a shame. Oh, my God! Kairi comes down. Blammy now lands right onto the feet of Io. Double knees there by Io. This is such a fun little match. I'm really liking this. Io going, it's very watchable, very technical. Both of them pulling out all the stops. Here's Asuka. Kick coming in there by Io. Asuka goes down. Io unloading on Asuka. Some of those shots looking a bit weak. She gets nailed from behind by Kairi, who bridges. Why is the ref not noticing? Okay, I'm not a big fan of the finish. I mean, Kairi not only had her shoulders down, but also was being helped by... I mean, it would only take the ref to just momentarily... It's not like... I don't know, man. Kairi winning. I'm pleased that Kairi gets the win, but it felt like it was cheating, like right in front of the ref. Spinning back fist there by Kairi. I don't know, man. Kairi doesn't seem to be showing the same level of resistance. She was quite happy to deliver that back elbow then. Elbow. Bang. Connects. Asuka celebrates. She goes over to Kairi. Kairi is not celebrating. I think she is maybe now starting to regret her actions, but she did not hesitate to deliver that spinning back fist. Right, let's get the scores. What did people think about that match? I mean, I feel like it's right there. She doesn't even have to turn her head all that much. I suppose you can make the argument, though, when people get their, like, feet on the ropes, that's somewhat, like, similar, you know? Yeah, now Kyrie's upset. Now Kyrie realizes what she's done. She's on her knees with head in her hands. Daze, if we had to pick a wrestler right now, who would it be? EO and who else? Well, yeah, EO would be the pick. I think EO is the wrestler of the year. I suppose if you had to go for a male wrestler, that'd be a little bit trickier, wouldn't it? That'd be a bit trickier. I don't know what male wrestler has really stood out this year. I don't know. Would you go Punk? I mean, I don't think that Roman's been around enough. Seth? I don't think the vision... I mean, like... He did win Money in the Bank. I mean, I feel like Seth would get it on achievement more than having banging matches, you know? Jay had a good start to the year and then fizzled out. Gunther's year's been okay. Cena's heel run has been mid, so I don't know that I'd give it Cena. Cena might get it at the end of the year because of how emotional his last match is going to be. Bron Breakker, Bronson Reed have been used a lot, but it's been mid. Solo's been mid. Jacob, mid. Great aura, but I mean, his match at SummerSlam was like one of the worst rated. His feud with Solo was just not what we were looking for. He had a good start to the year, but I think recently he's kind of lost his way a little bit. I don't know, is there any male star that's really shone consistently throughout the year? Is there any male star that's really, from the start of the year to where we are now, consistently delivered? I think all of them have had mid-periods. Cody's had a mid-period. Cena's had a mid-period. Roman's had a mid-period. Jay's had a mid-period. Drew's had a mid-period. I mean, he was involved in that flipping god-awful match with Jelly Roll and, you know. And then he got into a feud with Damian Priest. I mean, all of that was mid. Seth, for one. I think maybe Seth, but Seth gets it on achievement. I mean, look, Seth won the main event of Mania. He put the vision together. He won Money in the Bank. He did that amazing cash-in, which was great. The cash-in was great. Now he's going to be doing this Crown Jewel match. He curb stomped at the Rumble, didn't he? The only thing about Seth is what amazing matches has he had this year? I mean, the Mania match was good. I will give him that. The Mania match was good. SummerSlam he pretty much missed because he did the whole cash-in thing. He threw away his Saturday night's main event match with LA Knight, which is okay. You know, set the table. I just can't think of great Seth matches in 2025. On achievement, it might have to be him. I did see someone saying about Javon. Yeah, I mean, we can go to NXT and we can, you know, have a look at NXT. But if we're talking main roster, I think EO. And then number 2 might be Rhea. I think the women by a mile in 2025 have been the best part of the show. Achievement, Seth would get it, yeah. It's a good question, actually. It's a thinker, isn't it? It certainly makes me think. Right now we got Cody and Seth, little video package. Dirty Dom said, Max, his Intercontinental title run has been mid. What? I mean, like, Dirty Dom what matches? Tell me the great Dirty Dom matches. He had a good match, really good match against Vikingo. But one of the things I would throw back about Dirty Dom is his in-ring is just all right. It's all right. It's a bit of cheating that goes on to get the wins. I don't know, man. Dirty Dom, I think he contributes his prospect for the future. But I can't, you know, if we're going to praise EO for putting on the matches that she's put on, and we're going to talk about how amazing she's been this year, I don't feel the same about Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom matches are nowhere near EO level matches. I mean, again, it's achievement, isn't it? He's won the AAA championship. He's won the Intercontinental championship. So if you want to praise him for what he has achieved, then you can do that. But if we're going to do that, Seth's achieved more, so Seth would be the winner. Seth won the main event of WrestleMania. He got Heyman. He set up the Vision. He won Money in the Bank. He cashed in. He's the world champion. We're backstage with Seth right now, actually. Becky again ranting away as Seth looks at that watch. She's upset about the loss to Maxxine. I'm not going to go to Perth. If this is how they're going to treat me, then we need a better referee. I don't think he heard any of that. Okay. Here's Seth. Seth says we should talk. I have to win on Saturday. Heyman says you're going to. Seth's got doubts. This is good. Yeah, he's worried. What if I lose? Well, you don't get the ring. Oh. Wow. You throw away everything? God, they're really raising the stakes. Wow. Do yourself a favor and don't lose. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. What happens? This is everything the Vision has been missing. Why? So he's being honest. I'd have to ask myself why I picked you over Roman. Plus, we know that he's got a relationship with Brock as well. Damn, that's everything the Vision has been missing. Those kind of really compelling, engaging backstage segments. Look, and now we're doing it with Roman and Jay. We go straight into another compelling segment. This is just like when the bloodline was really clicking and working. Okay, now Jay's going off on Jimmy. Are we going to get a Roman Jimmy set? Yeah, we are. What's Roman going to say? I see what's going on. Jimmy's... I'm not like you. Jay is nothing like you. Wow. If you want to help your brother. I thought he was going to say that. If you want to help him, get out of his way. Brilliant. Brilliant. 2 absolutely brilliant back-to-back backstage segments. Brilliant. Brilliant. Do you know, I know that we're really quick to criticize like WWE and criticize where we've been with the company in 2025. But honestly, when they start to give you the stuff that's been missing, you gotta recognize it and you gotta say, that's it. That's it. That is the stuff that's been missing. That is the stuff that I've wanted. That is the kind of character development, the relationship development, like knowing how people are with each other. That's the interesting backstage stuff that's been missing. I think we just had 2 really, really fantastic back-to-back segments there. James said those backstage segments have been the best part of Raw. Yeah, I love that. I really love that. I think that was so good. We often talk about what's wrong with Raw. Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't the vision work? What's going on? How do you fix it? And my go-to answer has largely been the same. We need the backstage segments. We need to explore the relationships. We need to understand how people feel about each other. And we've just not been doing that. It's so worked for the bloodline. And they know that as well. Well, I don't know why we've not been doing it. They know that's what made the bloodline work. But, well, for whatever reason, they've brought it back now. Good. Really good. Trini said, WWE can give us what they want. They prove it over and over again. It's just they choose to not give it to us this often. And only they know why. Well, I mean, look, there can be criticisms about tonight, yeah? I think that there's segments that take a little bit too long to get to where we need to get to. I can hear that. I think that opening the show with Becky against Maxxine was a choice, you know? Of all the matches that you had, like, couldn't you have started with Kyrie and Io? I mean, if a match was going to get time, that's the match I would like to have seen more of. So, you know, that was a choice. So, you know, definitely there's things here that you can go, yeah, okay, we're not in 10 out of 10 territory. But, God, I mean, like, we've done 2 hours, and I think it's been a really captivating show. Loving the backstage segments. In-ring has not been terrible. I know you lot said the opening match was just good 91, but Lyra, Roxanne was good 96. And we haven't seen the result of Kyrie Io yet, but I'm fairly confident that will have scored well. Let's have a look, shall we, actually? Might as well end the poll as we head over towards it. So, here we go. 40. It's got a great rating. Great 56. Great 56 for Io against Kyrie. It's the best match of the night so far. Yes. Yes. This is what we are looking for. Pro wrestling matches in a cornfield. Yes, no, maybe, said not JPEG. Well, AI could certainly do that. Would love to have Liv back sooner than later, said Jess. Roman needs to get out there and help him, says Keegan. Any word on Elia? No word on Elia, no. Irish Sam said, Raw is action-packed for a go-home episode. Roman is around a lot tonight. It feels like it's Bloodline era. Seems like WWE saw those ratings and got rattled. Irish Sam, you could be right. Could be right. Okay. When is this 6-man tag? Oh, well, this is the 6-man tag now, isn't it? So it is Penta that's going to be the partner of this 6-man tag match. Oh, hello. Ooh, AJ said, before we get started, I need to say something, and then he got interrupted. Before we get started, well, Judgment Day are making their way down. Days booking Raw could be one of the easiest jobs. This show has been all right. I think we can agree it's simple, it's basic, it's safe. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's good. I just think that, I suppose there's not really too much that's mind-blowing, but so many ways forward in regards to the Jimmy J situation. That one doesn't feel so simple. But, I mean, I think the Heyman one is him basically saying to Seth, if you don't win this weekend, then you are, you know, this is what you're facing. 6-man tag match now. It is 6-man tag match now. Do you still agree that Gunther is still going to be seen as final opponent? Yes, that's what I'm expecting. Seth is desperate. He will beat Cody with help from Randy, said Tamar. That would be wild. If that's what Seth has done. I don't know how he would convince Randy to do that, though. How would he convince Randy to turn on Cody? Okay, they're talking about the showdown. Tomorrow's showdown. Don't forget, we'll be live for that showdown. Okay, AJ in there with Finn Balor. We got Dirty Dom chants breaking out. Finn Balor against the ropes. Drop kick there by AJ. What was AJ about to say? He said he just had something he wanted to get off his chest, and before he could add one thing to say, and then he got interrupted. Going over to the outside. Phenomenal forearm. Down goes Balor. Penta over the other side. Down goes JD. Penta is in there. They're going to do the walk. The Penta walk is broken out. Zero, Miedo. Right. Dirty Dom is the right nickname. The one thing about him, I think of Dom is a large pile of dog shiz, says Brony. He's over, isn't he? He was getting a great reaction there by the crowds. Main event is going to be a non-starter, I reckon, said V85. We're really struggling time-wise, aren't we? Time-wise, we ain't got loads of time to our disposal. Jay needs to stick up for himself until both Roman and Jimmy let me do this on my own, said Keegan. Okay, right now we got Penta throwing in a chop. Throwing in a chop. And then he does the walk. They can make Raw good every week with a mixture of backstage drama and good matches, said Irish Sam. William said Daze shouldn't Cena's final opponent be against himself. He could have an AI fight against himself. That would really be a glimpse into the future, wouldn't it? Jeremy said, I think Jimmy is going to walk out on Jay during the match. Okay, crowd are chanting Zero Miedo. So much jealousy. Jealous of the double titles of the sweet stash and the mullet, says Rob. Wade is wilding on the microphone tonight. Over in the corner. Drop kick. Tag is made. In comes AJ. AJ's in. AJ works on the arm. Oof, double axe handle there by Penta. Tag is made. In comes Dragon Lee. Kick coming into the side of the body there by Dragon Lee. So we're just about to come back from commercial break. Just about to come back. When will we see Finn and Dom break? It's been hinted for too long, said Irish. It has, hasn't it? It has been teased for a long time. I do agree. Penta is in there right now with JD. And right now, bang, lovely shot. This drone shot looks really good, actually. Kick out there by JD. AJ Styles then in the ring in control. Going over face first into the corner. First time at WWE sign in the crowds. JD goes over the corner. Dragon Lee comes in. JD sticks a leg out. Dragon Lee with a dragon screw. Moody, mate. Moody. Okay, right now we got Dragon Lee. He's backing away a little bit. He's looking to charge over to JD. Big drop kick in the corner. Going for the cover. Two. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Again, stomp coming in there by Dragon Lee. They're just showing a replay of that dragon screw. Brony said Dirty Dom pinned Balor at Mania to win the IC title. There's no mention of tension because of that. It's been 6 months. They have dragged it out. That's an understatement, said Brony. Tag mates. Dirty Dom with Diggs to the midsection. Kick coming in there by Dom. Going for the pin. No joy. Jess said Jimmy hasn't gotten as far as Jay, but I feel like Roman and Jay treat Jimmy like garbage. Jimmy has every right to leave them behind, but I know that the fans will love Usos together. I don't know. I think this is a really interesting story. I think the fans are going to be on board with really whatever the story is going to be, you know? I think fans will be on board with whatever direction we kind of go in. I think the story is just so interesting. Dirty Dom in there with Dragon Lee. yeah, we are. Is it just me? What's happened? We're really running out of time here, unless we are going to go longer than usual. Are they going to go longer and hope they can pick up some viewers that way? I don't know. 1, 2, kick out. Dragon Lee charging over. Gets caught there by Dominic. Dominic driving Dragon Lee back into the corner. Tag mates. In comes JD. Tag. In comes Balor. Balor goes stomp down. Here's Dominic coming over. I am basically the tribal chief of my family, says Keegan. My grandma tells me what to do and I don't care for it. Just like Roman. Right now we got Finn and we got JD posing away. I can't see Jimmy losing the match. Roman in the... Rara gives a nod to Jay. Jay super kicks Jimmy and leaves with Roman. Could you imagine? Could you flipping imagine if we get something that dramatic, that big? That'd be crazy. Chop coming in there by JD. I feel like there's loads of talking points tonight. I feel like there's loads of bits that have gone down. Again, we criticize creative for not being creative. I really feel like creative have actually put a lot of work into tonight's show. Penta chance. Right now, going for the cover 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Right, ooh. Quick little double knees there to the head by JD. Dragon Lee back in the corner, dishing out some elbows, dishing out some shots. Trying to get over to make the tag. Into a DDT. Right now, we've got Dragon Lee trying to get over to make the tag. But no joy. He's still struggling to make it. Dominic prevents him. Dirty Dom straight in there, preventing the tag from being made. I don't know why this match is going as long as it's going. Have we just got the timing completely wrong? I don't think it would be that. Right now we've got Dirty Dom grabbing a hold of Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee going down. I feel like these matches are so much more enjoyable when they're fast-paced. I feel like that's a really good way of showing off what Dragon Lee can do and Penta can do. I mean, I know they're not all luchadors that are in this match. It's been a good crowd tonight, though. I mean, they've been very engaged. I mean, this crowd were cheering for Dirty Dom, and now they're calling him an a-hole. There's a woman in the second row that's really standing up and giving it to Dirty Dom. Shot coming in again there by Dirty Dom. Daze, if I came to visit and we went to a bar, would it be okay if I brought Thea Hale and Tori Wilson? I'd have no problem with that, but... Opala said, my nan was calling Dirty Dom Nerdy Dan. I was like, TF, was she... Is that his name? She got her hearing wrong. Right. What was she calling him? Nerdy Dan. Nerdy Dan. That could be a pretty fun shot. Dragon Lee trying to get over to make the tag. Nerdy Dan trying to make the tag. In comes Penta, clothesline. Penta finally in. Bang, lovely work there, taking over. JD, lovely kick to the back of the leg there by Penta. Here we go. Now we're out the gates. Bang, kick into the midsection. Charging over again, rolling over. Oh, into a DDT. That was really good. He kind of rolled through and then straight into a DDT. He's in the corner. Look at that. Ooh. Penta. Ah. Mate, into a... What was that? It was just like a Spanish fly, but I think both of them took punishment in that. So, Spanish fly, but both guys are down. So was that a Mexican destroyer turned into a Spanish fly? That's one of those where you look at it and it's hard to know who actually initiated the move. Shot coming in there by AJ. Right now he's got Dirty Dom on the shoulders, trying to pick him up on the shoulders. Look at that. 1, 2. Oh, save made there by JD. Those 3-hour Raws were brutal, said Kader. I fell asleep many times in those days. Here's Penta going up, out to the outside. Down goes Finn. Penta holding his back. Balor down. Right now we've got AJ with Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom holding onto the rope. AJ onto that top rope. Drop kick. 619, he's in position for the 619. Dirty Dom, whoa, who's coming down? Looks like he's in a ghost. It's Rusev! Rusev is coming down, Rusev is going after Dirty Dom. Oh, mate, a kick coming in there by Penta. I don't think he meant to kick Rusev there. Slingshot over, roll up. Styles clash. Bang. Gets it. There we go. It is a win for Penta, AJ, and Dragon Lee. Rusev came down. He gets super kicked by Penta. Mate, this is one of those shows where it's so hard to remember everything that's flipping happening. Now he's going on to the... Here we go. AJ's going to say a few words. It's not going to be his last. We don't need a story. It writes itself. It will kick ass, says AJ. AJ says it'll kick ass. I did wonder for a second there if he was about to say it'll be his last match as well. I mean, an announcement like that saying that you're about... Because we know he walks away next year. Facing John Cena is a big, big match for AJ. Thankfully, that is not what he said. He just basically said it's going to kick ass. Good to know. Appreciate it. Right, Daze, the talking points video is going to be extra tonight. Yeah, I know, but I know. I was just looking, actually. I've been just putting things in there. Normally, I've got about 20 or so bookmarks. I'm up to 35. So, like... I mean, it's just like, you know, even that last match, you've got AJ wanting to say something. Then he gets interrupted. Then we do the match. Then you got Rusev come down. Then you got Penta super kicking Rusev even though he didn't mean to. Then AJ finally reveals what he wanted to say. It's kind of like, blooming, even that one match. Now I've got blooming Punk and LA Knight. Don't get pinned. Right. Thankfully, there wasn't much to that. He just said, don't get pinned. Well, me stay one-ish. Okay, is Jay coming through the crowd, is he? We are looking over at the crowds. Knock him down like this. No. Okay, we're looking at the crowd, but there's no sign of anyone at this point. Did they get lost? They're asking if they got lost. We're still looking at the entranceway and there's no sign. There they are. There they are. They finally do come out. It came to the point where Wade Barrett even had to say, I don't know, Joe, do you think they've got lost? I wonder what the delay was. Well, there we go. Thankfully, they remembered they had a match. They found the arena, and they are now making their way down. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Do you think they got lost? I'm going to look forward to that on WWE Unreal. I thought they were swerving us, said Brony. Jordan said, how long is this Raw episodes? Well, I mean, yeah, we're doing the entrances now. We're at commercial break. I mean, it feels like it's going over the 2.5 hour mark, doesn't it? Okay, Jay has made his way down. It'd be good, actually, if Wade was like, where was you? That would be good. It is Jey Uso's song as well. Again, another talking point. It's not the Usos' music, it's Jay's music. Everyone's yeeting away. Jesus Christ, this talking points video is going to be like the same length as Raw. Daze, what do we think about NXT AEW head-to-head? I wish we had more battles. It makes wrestling more exciting, says Big Time. Doesn't bother me. I mean, we used to do it back in the day. We did it throughout the 2000 to 2021 kind of, until it moved to a Tuesday NXT. But it was going head-to-head week after week after week, so I feel like we've done it. I suppose in a way this is better because it allows people to watch the shows they want to watch, you know. Plus also, for those that want competition, it's you can still do that with the ratings. People still compare how NXT did on Tuesday compared to how Dynamite did on Wednesday, so you are still getting that competition. Okay, Jimmy, in the ring. Brony said the story with Jimmy, Jay, Roman is great. But do we think Jimmy needs Roman and Jay more than Roman and Jay need Jimmy? Roman and Jay would be fine as solo stars, but not Jimmy. Well, my hope is that this whole story is to help Jimmy, really. Obviously, in real life, they are all family. They all love each other. They're there for each other, yeah? And they want to help each other succeed. I think Jay is in a great place. I think Roman is obviously in a great place, but it's Jimmy that needs the help. So I hope whatever we're doing with this story it is to help Jimmy find his feet, find a way forwards. So, yeah, I mean, he probably does need them more, but if he's going to break away and show us that he doesn't, that could be interesting. This Raw was a bit like a PLE. It was action-packed, said Irish Sam. Daze, it's okay. Jay just needed to hit the oxygen tank real quick. Is that what it was? Right, next Monday, we've got an Intercontinental Championship match. Dominic against Penta. Bailey and Lyra are going to be taking on the Judgment Day. That was obviously quite obvious from the beatdown earlier. You might have forgotten that beatdown because, to be honest, there's been so much going on. Just me. Dun 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 na 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 na. LA Knight. Here's LA Knight. CM Punk. We're getting to these entrances quite quick, actually. I think time has been a little bit off tonight. CM Punk. LA Knight. Coming down to the ring, getting into the ring. Here we go, brawling. We're underway. Punk and... Oh, hello. Punk going after Jimmy. LA Knight going after Jay. Kick coming in. I tell you, the one thing that I do worry a little bit about is that this is getting a little bit like, he did this to him, he did that to that, you need to remember this bit, you need to remember that bit. Like, I wonder if it runs the risk of actually getting a little bit too complicated. There's so many moving parts. Stomps coming in there by LA Knight. LA Knight going over to the corner. Charging in, and we are underway. The match has settled down. Okay, let's get rid of the... Let's get rid of a couple of these things. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. Let's get rid of the poll. Right. So that last match you lot said was good 98. Good 98. Hip toss there by LA Knight. $492nd tag team match tonight for the Usos. Lovely net breaker there by LA Knight. That was good. Against ropes goes LA. What does the ref do with the... what did Jimmy do with the ref? I think he really provided a distraction there, didn't he? He kind of fell into the ref and tangled up with the ref, and that allowed Jay to throw a shot at him. I mean, look, these two, they know every trick in the book. They are arguably WWE's greatest ever tag team as LA Knight goes into the ring steps. Looks like we're going over to commercial break again, are we? This is very late for a commercial break. That makes me think that this is maybe by design. This must be by design if we're going to commercial break at this point. I mean, if the show was going to wrap up at past, you wouldn't throw to a commercial break right now. It's a talking point. When are we going to see AJ Lee again? Maybe Survivor Series. I think Survivor Series is a good shout. Daze, do we miss when JD was a colder character, focused on opponents' bones and weak points, said let him in. Not massively. I think joint manipulation doesn't really translate very well onto the main roster. I actually miss when he did his ribs in and he was out injured and everyone was like, man, what an amazing achievement to crack your ribs like that, like, and carry on with the match. There was so much praise for him. And everyone was like, man, you could really use that. I mean, this is someone that just keeps fighting. This is someone that's got heart, determination. You know, he's got that dog in him. And I feel like he came back and we've just treated him like JD McDonough again. Do you know what I mean? Like, he just doesn't feel special. He's just, you know, the extra wheel in the Judgment Day. Finn Balor gets more hype. Dominic gets way more hype. And then you just got JD there. So I feel sorry for JD. I think he had a real moment, actually, when he cracked his ribs and all of that. And I just don't think like we capitalized on it at all. I don't feel like we capitalized on it at all. And we can always go back to it. We can always remind people, of course, of what he did. But, yeah, that is a shame. Honestly, I think the Judgment Day, to me, they just feel like time filler. They feel like they just eat up a lot of TV time. That's their job. That's their role. We'll tease stuff and we'll just whatever. But at the end of the day, they're just a faction that's just there to just be used for tag teams and 6-man tag matches. And we can do singles matches with them. We can do backstage segments with them. We can tease issues. You got the whole Liv Roxanne thing. You got the Balor Dominic thing, but it's just at the end of the day it just gobbles up TV time. And you know, it's like this big group that doesn't make like quick progress, you know, and there's a lot of repetition and you know, he's just kind of stuck in that world at the moment. But when it's time for him to break away, perhaps he can, you know, we'll use that in video packages, remind people. So I am a bit frustrated we didn't capitalize on that more. Austin said JD needs to split already. Judgment Day went cold when Rhea and Priest left, said Brony. Liv joining reignited the spark of momentum for the group, but now Liv's injured, it's back to being a bit mid. Dean said, I feel bad when wrestlers get injured. It's part of the game though, innit? I mean, I do agree. Like, it's obviously a part of the game that people obviously don't love, are down on. There is a positive to injuries, though, and that is, of course, you can return. Seeing someone come... I mean, some of the best moments have been when wrestlers have come back from injury. Think about Cena in the Rumble. You think about Triple H. I think that's Madison Square Garden. Like, you think about some of those great returns. Think about Edge at the Rumble. You know, those things wouldn't have happened if people had not been injured. So I'm not saying injuries are a good thing. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that there is, if you are going to try and find a positive, there is a little positive that you can get out of it, which is, you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It forces people away, and then they can come back and get that big return pop and provide a moment. It's just part of the game, innit? Injuries have been occurring ever since wrestling has been around. CM Punk then with Jimmy going against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Punk. Jimmy goes down. I'm really not going to stick around too long as soon as this ends, because I am genuinely worried about doing this talking points video. I am going to use that new software, and I've not done that for a talking points video, and certainly one that's this flipping big as well, so I do worry it's going to take me a bit of time. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how this show ends as well. What's the big dramatic ending going to be? Oh, a yeet there by... A yeet by CM Punk, who finally takes his shirt off. He's calling for the GTS. Right now, we got some elbows coming in. Super kick coming in there by Jimmy. Jay is going up. Looking for a splash. Jay with the splash on Punk, and LA Knight makes the save. LA Knight making the save. Don't get your Twitter hacked with that third-party software, said Johnny. It's a good point, that, actually. It's a necessity, though, isn't it? I mean, those folders, they just keep crashing. You wouldn't have had any unseens over the weekend. Jay, bang! Yeah, spear into Punk. Jay going to the outsides, climbing up, perched. No, comes back down, goes over, shot coming in. CM Punk behind Jay, picks up Jay. Punk's got Jay on his shoulders. GTS connects. LA Knight comes in. 1, 2. That's how it ends. A GTS and LA Knight steals it. Okay, it's Jay that's pinned. It's Jay that's pinned. So I go to sleep. I didn't expect that to... It looked a bit weak, that go to sleep. He didn't really make a big thing out of it. He just had it up and bang, did it. And then LA Knight jumps in, gets it. I think the ending to that feels a bit flat. So right now we've got LA walking away. CM Punk in the ring looking a little bit frustrated. Jay is pinned. I don't know if we're going to get any drama. LA Knight's like, you're damn right. Yeah. There we go. Get your thoughts in on that match. What did you think about it? Not crazy about that ending, but... not a bad Raw at all. I think the backstage segments were brilliant. What was that, said Connor? It's a bit flat, weren't it? I don't know. Is that a time thing? Is it like we got to go? Come on. Already over? I don't know. Scott said, I think that's the definition of like a last minute idea. You could be right, but you could be right. Yeah, really good show, but the ending was no shenanigans at the end. It's just a GTS and a pin, and that was that. I mean, I'm trying to think about how the match ended. Is there anything that Jimmy can be blamed for? Jay got pinned. Obviously, that's going to be frustrating. I'm trying to... Can I go back and watch the end of the match? I didn't realise that the match was going to end when it ended, of course. So if I go back and look at the ending, is there anything that Jimmy can get blamed for? Because I would imagine that Jay will blame Jimmy for that defeat. I can't imagine that Jay's going to take responsibility. Live event has ended. Oh my god, that's so annoying. How do I rewatch an episode that just aired? It just says live event has ended. Well, I know that, but I want to watch... Can you not watch the ending after it's just immediately finished? If I click... Oh, there we go. Yes, you can if you're quick. If you're quick and you get... It's seemingly you get a very quick little window to click on the button. Okay, so let's have a look at the end. Spear, Jay Spears, CM Punk. I'm just going to watch this end because I want to just know if there's like anything that Jimmy can be blamed for. Jay goes up, he comes back down, goes over, throws a shot in at LA Knight. No. I mean, Jay was in control. Jay was in control. Even the crowd weren't really ready for that to be the finish. Yeah, no, Jay's in control. He's doing well. And then he goes over to hit LA Knight. And that's when he ends up getting caught by CM Punk. So I'm sure he'll still try and blame Jay. But I don't know that that's going to massively work out well for him. You've got to give Netflix money to be able to rewatch it, said Cleveland. Well, I was just trying to rewatch it. It wouldn't let me. But there is a very brief moment where the little thing at the bottom appears with the play, pause, and all of that. If you can click on that before it disappears, you can, like, get back into the show. So I was able to do it. I was able to do it in the end. Jay spears Punk, but he wastes time dealing with LA Knight. CM Punk takes advantage. LA Knight tags himself in and gets the pin. So, yeah, that's how it looked to me as well. I don't think there's anything that Jimmy's going to get blamed for, apart from being on the outside down. It's a terrible GTS, said Zoom Station. If you're quick, you've got to start over and fast forward, said Nico. Yes, yes. Do we think the mid-card jobbers who never win main event titles could win Royal Rumble? Only if they've got big plans for them. I mean, WWE are not going to invest and give someone a big WrestleMania match as a mid-card jobber that always loses unless they're really going to try and build them up. It's a good story that you can always tell. I mean, we haven't really done it. Had, like, you know, some like Akira Tozawa win the Rumble or anything like that. It's normally a big name. There are people that we've kind of given opportunities to, like Jay this year, for example. And I'd say Shinsuke previously as well. So, I mean, you can find people that have won the Rumble that were not already established, like main roster, multiple-time world champions. But like an outright mid-carder, or someone like J.D. McDonough or someone like that, no. But it's an option. It's something they can always do. But we've been doing the Rumble since the late 80s, and it's not what we've been doing. I think the main takeaway in the drama that was created between LA and Punk at the end, says Corey. I think that's very fair. Camden said, overall, it was a good show, but WTF was that ending. All the tension between the Usos, and then there's just no post-match drama. It's just like a clean finish. I thought the show ending was a bit disappointing, said Camden. Camden, thank you for the support, my friends. And honestly, I hear that. I understand that. I agree with that. I also feel the same. Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of felt that was a flat ending. I'm going to go and do the opinions video. So, Camden, thank you, my friends. If you guys want to leave your feedback on the questions for the quiz on Wednesday, you can do that. The link is at the top of the chat. You can click on that, answer the questions. That's appreciated. Last time we checked, we had about 60, trying to get to 100, so we need another 40 responses. Those answers will be used in a quiz for the members on Wednesday. If you're a member, you can watch that live. If not, then you can see edited kind of highlights of it. They'll be on the channel soon. And so, yeah, lovely. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow. And it's going to be a big show. It's obviously NXT against TNA. And it should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing what they've got, how they're going to book it. I know that some of the build has been a little bit controversial, but should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing how they present that. So we'll be back again tomorrow. You haven't got to wait too long for our next watch along. And don't forget, this weekend, big weekend, Crown Jewel and SmackDown all at a different time, certainly internationally. So, yes, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. See you again next time. Bye for now.